can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know she love me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Never leave me lonely. No, no, no. Why your old man hating for? Whoa, whoa. He was so late, you had to go. Whoa, whoa, cause all my money coming duffel bags. Yeah. Hit them all and drop a couple racks. Yeah. She said she want a real one. Yeah, yeah. I guess I'm a real one. Yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
intro
Get into
ever.
it, yeah.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Just saying,
Talented.
I can go
Yeah,
pro.
yeah.
You know it as
Great.
well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Hello and welcome everybody on the last day of regular season of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga. Today with a little bit different scenario from my side, but the same scenario from Clepsydra's side. We are going to go through today's day as a pair of casters, it looks like. I'm no longer a pre-show host only. It's my debut of being a caster, and I'm really happy, Kasper, to have you by my side.
I'm also really happy, and it's good to see you here, Majutek. Hopefully we are gonna have a good day. From what I know, we could have a good day and a long day if some of the things go right or for other teams go wrong. It depends, obviously. Today, like we said for the past few weeks, is gonna be the most important day for most of the teams pretty much, because we only have 4 slots in the playoffs and we still have some teams fighting for it. And today's game, that is gonna be obviously devils.one versus Matroni Forsaken, is gonna be, I would say, definitely the most important one, because it will all depend on how it looks. Like, if you win, you get into the playoffs. You lose, you are out.
Yeah, that's basically do or die in this season. So let's have a look at the schedule, and then let's talk a little bit about those matches, because we do have definitely match of the week, if not the match of the entire season, happening as a third. Firstly, we are going to start with Orbit Anonymo against Gripchacraft. I mean, looking at yesterday's performance, I don't know what we can expect from Orbit Anonymo. Then Team ESCA Gaming facing again back to the game, definitely wanting to end this season with a win. Match of the season, devils.one and Forsaken. That's the one we are all waiting for. And on the end of the day, Zero Tenacity against Iron Wolves. The match that didn't really change anything for both of those teams. Zero Tenacity still going to be in the second place, and Iron Wolves, mostly because of yesterday loss, they lost their chances at making it into the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of teams that we were expecting to get into the playoffs, or we were giving them a shot to get into the playoffs, won't be in the playoffs. Especially, I'm looking at Iron Wolves. Like, you would think before the season started, a lot of experienced player like Roof, Ants, Hashero, Killen and Odin being those foreign talent coming into the league. It looked like a good idea. It looked like a good roster. Beginning was actually pretty decent, I would say, for them. It looked like they definitely have a shot, and then all of a sudden, they are not in here. They are out of the season basically, and not in the playoffs. Definitely the roster to. I'm looking forward to look to make some changes happen. I don't know if it's in the mid lane or jungle or top lane, but definitely something has to change for them to get into the playoffs. Same story for Team ESCA Gaming. I would say even more brutal story for Team ESCA Gaming, because they only got one win in like 13 games basically now. So yeah, definitely not the best season for them, but we kind of expected that. I mean, they were the least experienced out of everyone, so it makes perfect sense.
I mean, there's also a case of playing in a league with only 8 teams, where we are so used of having 10 teams for like 5 years, 10 splits in a row. Right now, it's kind of hard to evaluate the position of those teams, because making top six was like, yeah, okay, we are strong enough to make it into top six. Maybe we can't get into the fight with top one, top two contenders, but we still made it. Today, this time, we will say goodbye to either devils.one or
Yeah.
Forsaken. We already said goodbye to Iron Wolves, a really, really strong and promising rosters that just couldn't make it in the current state of the league, while we are having 8 teams only.
Yeah, now I mean, obviously getting into the playoffs where you only have 4 slots, I would say, for most of the teams, it's not even about having 4 slots. It's basically you're having 2 slots, because
Yep.
Z10 and Orbit Anonymo are always gonna have to. So yeah, getting into the playoffs is gonna be a huge achievement, and especially the third game of today's evening is gonna be super important. So basically what we have right today to get into the most important stuff, and to let the viewers know, if I know correctly, maybe I can make a mistake, Mayutek, you will for sure know how it is. Back to the game, Z10, Orbit, Anonymo are guaranteed to make it into the playoffs, and we
Correct.
only have 1 slot left, and it's gonna be either Maturalny Forsaken or devils.one who get the 4 slots.
100% correct, Kasper. We could have a different scenario. We could have a scenario of a potential additional match between some of the teams, like a two-way or three-way tie. But Orbit Anonymo lost yesterday, the match that we actually wasn't expecting probably at all. We were already talking for like 2 weeks now. Yeah, they are going to make the perfect split. It's going to happen, and we cursed them so much that
Oh
they
yeah, we
just
did.
couldn't. Yesterday, I mean, it just looked like it wasn't them. It wasn't the roster. It wasn't the team that's been winning for over a month now.
No, it was definitely different League of Legends from them. I'm not sure what changed, but it looked overall a little bit different. They didn't play as good as they were playing before. And maybe just a little slump, maybe just, they were trying something new. And yeah, we kind of took it for granted. We were almost sure that, yeah, obviously, I mean, they are gonna do a perfect split, right? Like everyone thought it's gonna happen, but all of a sudden, no, it's not like that. And it was kind of surprising, definitely, to see them struggle a little bit, to see them struggle versus a team that we wouldn't think that they would struggle versus, because devils.one is not the team that you think, yeah, they are going to be the one to beat Orbit Anonymous. No, you would think of Zero Tenacity at least once, but yeah, devils.one were the ones to beat them, and they did it in a fantastic fashion. And to think that they do it one day before, even more important day, because like now you beat Orbit Anonymous, it's a huge confidence boost. Like the fact that you were able to do it in such a fashion as well. If I was Maturalny Forsaken, I would be scared a little bit to play versus this devils.one, because they are definitely in top of the form.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely. Devils have woken up, and they are ready to take no prisoners in this fight. That's a huge morale and confidence booster, and hopefully it lasted throughout the night. They just played a good warm up, or they are going to play a good warm up and get 100% on, or even more ready, because it's going to be the most important match for this season. If they make it to playoffs, they will be facing back to the game in the first round, and then after a win, they will be facing potential loser of the matchup Orbit Anonymo against Zero Tenacity. And as we have talked a lot of times, Zero Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo are just looking as a teams that basically they didn't drop a single map best of one throughout
Yeah.
the season, not counting the yesterday lost for the other teams. And in best of fives, they might just look even more dangerous. So making it here, winning here for devils.one or Forsaken will be the most important match. Then the best of five against back to the game, and then some miracle needs to happen for them to be able to secure the spot into the final.
Oh, absolutely. I feel like a lot of miracles required to get into the finals for other team than Orbit Anonymo or Z10. Because, like, when we look at the teams overall, we think of the final Orbit Anonymo versus their Tenacity. But yesterday's performance from devils.one kind of proved that what if they progress so fast that maybe somehow they can beat someone. I mean, I would be shocked if devils.one even won 2 games versus Orbit Anonymo or Z10 in best of 5 series. That would be shocking to me because it would feel like they hugged the matrix. I don't know, like it kind of feels surreal to even witness something like that happen, but definitely it is possible. I wouldn't count them out definitely after yesterday's performance because they played a very patient game. Like we had a lot of moments, for example, in yesterday's Z10 game, that it felt like Gripchacraft were playing good. They were doing good micro decisions, but macro, they were definitely behind compared to Z10. The problem with the situation that I saw in devils.one with Orbit Anonymo was that devils.one weren't behind in macro. They understood what they want to do. They understood the importance of trying to put their decision on Orbit Anonymo, and it looked very good. It looked very decent, and it felt like they did exactly what they wanted to do, and they did it in a very good fashion.
I mean, yeah, we saw Husters solo killing Prime. We saw some one 2v2s on bot lane, but what's most important, camping Royson, getting more good Modlishka ready to roam, play more as a team, use the advantage to scale it more and more and more. And in the end, Orbit Anonymo had some shots in team fight, but they were too far behind in terms of gold and items and everything. I'm just taking a quick look at the previous matchup between Forsaken and devils.one. This map lasted for almost 42 minutes with a lot of things happening, Drakes, towers, dice, and everything. The one thing that I want to mention, Wittmann was able to go 13, 2, and 10. So basically, the same guy that we have experienced yesterday doing a pentakill went crazy against devils.one. Yeah, it was almost a month ago, but it's still something that I would love to bring into the discussion because while he was playing in the second division, by myself, he was named the pentakill boy because he did 3 pentakills in one season. Maybe that's the sign that he has awakened the same way that devils.one did. And the matchup, we are really, really looking forward to the third map. It's going to be fire. I'm hoping it will be really fire.
I mean, I'm gonna ask the question now because we are used to you asking the questions, but now I'm gonna turn the tables around. If you were to choose, who would you favor in head-to-head Antonio versus Whitman? Like straight up, we only look at the head-to-head AD carries. We don't care about the team. Who are you choosing? Because Antonio, he had some good highlights in the season as well, but like you said, Whitman himself, he already made a name in the second Ultraliga, playing in devils.one first, obviously with under Vanguard's name, playing with Badliga, with Sleeper, with Ravbin, but now being a part of a completely new team, playing with a new coach. I mean, new old coach, that the coach that he knows, but new coach in terms of who he's playing with. And Antonio, the guy who pretty much came out of nowhere, took Ultraliga by the storm, and he's playing very, very well as well. So, who would you choose if it was up to you?
If it was only about the players, I would go with Whitman. I really respect Antonio for some interesting picks. For example, he could play Kartus, he could play Draven or Twitch, and 100% surprise enemy bot lane and be really painful in terms of drafting. But Whitman is just so much more consistent, in my opinion. He just does his job every day, 7 out of 10 at least, and then just goes with it. His team can pretty much always rely on it. He can play hyper carry. I do believe he can even play Seraphine or something like that, more supportive to just crush the waves in the early game and follow his team into later stages of the game. I would prefer to have Wittmann in my team roster.
Okay, absolutely makes sense. And if you were to have a support, is it Charisma or is it Traffy? That's the question. Because honestly, I must say, I've been impressed with Trafi. I've been really impressed with how he's playing, and I know some of his decisions in terms of builds are questionable. But
Yes.
even yesterday, when you look at the redemption buy that he did, I felt like it gave his team so much value in the fights versus Orbit Anonymo. It just looked like 200 IQ itemization for me.
I fell in love with Trafi during the last split of the second division. Firstly, because he picked Silas support and went like 111 and just were going in crazy, doing engages for his team, basically sacrificing himself, but allowing the other players to do their job. And he didn't care about KDA, about caster opinions or anybody's opinion. He were just here for the team, and I see him developing in the first division as well, playing even better as he did in the previous season. And yeah, he can surprise you with itemization or maybe some picks. I have just mentioned Silas. That's one of his many pocket picks. I would love to have someone unpredictable in terms of both drafting and itemization. I do believe that the duo Trafi and Antonio is so great, and if I would have to go with duo, I would pick this one. But if we're talking about only supports, I really highly respect Trafi for what he could bring to the table.
But also, we can't forget about Charisma. Solari is not here today, but I know she's a big fan of what Charisma has to offer. It feels like this guy knows the rotation. He knows how to play around certain spots, and overall, both of the teams I feel like are gonna be super interesting to see how they operate, because like I said today, it's actually kind of funny even to see like how every single week, every single important games came down to this one that we are gonna have today. This one specific game. It could all go down to whoever plays better, whoever feels better today, whoever drafts better today. It's small details that are gonna have the highest impact, and I feel like this is gonna be very important. Also, for me at least, the battle of the top laners in this game is going to be super important, because looking at Forsaken, obviously Ariano, the guy who sees himself as a top 3 top laner in the league, the guy who said that, yeah, for sure we'll make playoffs, playing against Kasper, who also not that experienced at the first Ultraliga and generally speaking like in the first ERLs, but he's also playing very well. He can play Renekton, he can play tanks, he can play Fiora. Yesterday's Fiora was very good actually. I was super impressed with it, and I feel like looking at all of the rosters from devils.one, we haven't even mentioned Modlishka and Krisha, and it feels like they are just like in the center of the team fight, usually doing the most important work. It just feels like they are working together so well. I'm just super impressed by them, and it kind of feels like we would be favoring devils.one versus Maturani Forsaken, but if I remember correctly, I chose Maturani Forsaken in my prediction today. So I'm kind of lost in between because I don't know who's going to win. It's a 50-50 game for me at least.
Yeah, it's a tough matchup. I would say it's like 55 to 45 for me, mostly because I do believe in Krisha's leadership, in the experience he acquired during many splits in Ultraliga itself, and I do believe that Krisha, alongside with a less experienced but maybe really talented, as we have seen during the season, players, that's just doing the work. And as you have just mentioned, Krisha and Modlishka, such a great duo. We saw it yesterday, getting advantage for the Talia in the mid lane to allow her to rotate to the bot lane, to the top lane, alongside hand to hand with Krisha, and just normally we see the duo of jungler and support. In this team, I do believe in certain matchups, it's just jungle plus mid lane. And I really highly favor this approach to the game, because you can start those rotation as soon as your mid laner hits level 6. And we're hitting the draft, but not in the match of Forsaken against devils.one. No, this will come in later. Let's just log into the game of Orbit Anonymo against Gripchecker.
I found out also one very interesting thing before we started of the draft regarding our matchup number 3 today, and regarding today's as well. Trophy is not the only player who played Sylas support. Dancer also did that, and he went 116 exactly.
Oh,
The difference is that he lost. Trophy won. Trophy went 1-7. Yeah, I just checked it. He went 1-7. He won the game. It was versus back to the game with the Loten, like the old squad that was there. Not Loten, but like the old squad that was there. Thunder Flash versus back to the game. Obviously, that was the game versus the game that they were playing. It was Sylas versus Alistar, and it kind of makes sense, right? I mean, you buy you go Sylas versus Alistar. You straight up ult him, and just feels like you're tanky and you can tank forever whatever damage goes into you. So yeah, historically speaking, Sylas was the problem. I'm not sure if you are gonna see Sylas here. It kind of feels like we shouldn't, but yeah, there's also a like 1% chance, but there is a possibility of that.
but definitely we won't be seeing Smolder, if I recall correctly, like 100% ban ratio since he's free to pick.
He was open one, but no one picked it. Yesterday, actually. Yeah, but apart from that, basically 100% ban ratio. So yeah, totally agree with you. And Varus, first pick for Orbit Anonymo. I would say casual pick. It looks like Orbit Anonymo are going for something normal this time, not going crazy into like, I don't know, Kai'Sa, Nautilus or something. They are just, you know, casual builds so far.
Maybe, just maybe, Naramin is a little afraid about picking Kalista. He probably saw what Fetsky did to Harpoon yesterday, and he have experienced how Kalista can be put behind in certain matchups. We are actually going to get Mietek on Rumble, and I'm really excited about it because he's been spamming a lot of solo queues with Rumble in the previous season, and also I do believe in this matchup against Orbit Anonymo in the first half of the split, he was able to solo kill Prime like 2 times in the top lane using Rumble.
And Prime is going straight up for Irelia.
It was the same matchup.
Yeah, he won't be waiting this time. He's like, yeah, you want to play Rumble? Let's go Rumble Irelia all over again. I just want to say Milio is open for Dancer. He played Milio a lot in this season, and with Milio being open, with Lucian being picked, I feel like it's a perfect spot for him. I feel like he won't even think about it, because there's always this, I would say, a threat. If you don't pick Milio now, they are gonna ban it, right? So you don't want to allow them to do that.
Yeah, and going with Nami is like a little bit overrated. I mean, you still could go with Nami, for example, in this case, but yeah, Milio just feels like an auto pick for Lucian, unless you want to put him into the mid lane. But we do have this settled out. It's going to be Lucian plus Nami, the OG old school duo back in the times where Milio wasn't even in a design process.
Yeah, that's true. I hate Lucian Nami, to be honest. It feels like it's so overpowered, and not only it's overpowered, it's annoying as hell to play versus that. It's so like you want to literally kill them, but you can't because it's Nami, so she just ults you instantly, and it feels like, yeah, okay, we can't win this. Like, there is no way we can do it. Nice start from Gripchacraft. I feel like they are going for straight up comforts. That is something that they know it's gonna work out. And also Orbit Anonymo playing, I would say, a patient game. That's what I would say, because like Varus and Karma, we need to remember this Karma is always a flex. We know that Royson likes to play Enchanter, and I feel like I have this small feeling that Orbit Anonymo are the team that would use a Karma flex to their advantage, because we know that Gypsy can play it. Sure, he can. It's a good combo with Varus on the bottom lane, but if Royson plays it, they can always try to counter Nami. So if they want to do it, there's always this possibility, and I feel like Gripchacraft knows it. That's why they banned Nautilus, because they are not sure if this Karma is for sure going towards bottom lane.
And that makes sense. I mean, playing against Nautilus is basically putting yourself in such a dangerous position, especially after level 6. You can ult as Nami as much as you want, but the death charge is just going to get you. In my opinion, Gripchacraft should secure a jungler, and the Rel makes also a perfect sense. Great synergy with both Nami and Rumble in terms of ultimate usage for teamfights.
Yeah, absolutely. It feels like it's gonna be super interesting to see how the teamfights are gonna look. Rel, Rumble, like you said. I mean, it's gonna be a bloodbath. It feels like it's gonna be a lot. There's gonna be a lot of fighting for Orbit Anonymo and Gripchacraft. Viego picked for Afroboy. I think that's the first champion in a while they picked for Afroboy that is not like a champ for a team. It's a champ for himself as well. So yeah, super interesting to see that. And the last pick, obviously, I mean, either for Royson or for Chipsy, but it feels like it could be for Royson in this one. And
Okay. Is it locked in yet? No, it's not. The Pantheon was just a bait. We are going with an Alistar.
let's go Silas then. Come on, Silas, Furby, do it. I mean, honestly, it's a good spot for Silas. You have Alistar ulti, Varus ulti. It's like a perfect spot, basically. You don't have a bad lane versus Karma, just straight up lock in Silas. I mean, you have nothing to lose. It's 4-9. You are 4-9, but apparently Furby decides to go something else. Decides to go Jace. I respect that. I would prefer Silas, but I still respect that. Fortunately, this Alistar pick is not Alistar on top lane. We already saw that once, so that's already a good thing. And I must say I like this job for Orbit Anonymo. It's gonna be keeping them alive for a while. So yeah, nice drop.
Yeah, if we do not see the repetition from the previous matchup, while Mietek was able to solo kill Prime several times, then it should be okay. Because in my opinion, Rumble is like such a huge win condition for the team. Yeah, Rel and Nami can do the setup. Yeah, they can lock down with a lot of CCs in the team fight, but someone has to provide damage. Jace is great for poking, but when it comes to Aline, you need to be a little bit careful. You know, pay attention if somebody can just take you out of the team fight. The same goes with Lucian. You want to dive in, you want to dash into the team fight, but you need to make sure that nobody is going to CC you and put you down.
Exactly, and I feel like right now, looking at the drafts that we've seen, it's 50-50 for me, straight up looking at draft wise. But we need to remember, I feel like Orbit Anonymo, there's always this buff that you have in certain teams, and it feels like when Royson is in the Enchanter mode playing for the team, they are just playing way better. It's same with Seraphine, right? He just picks Seraphine and he is just like so valuable for the team. He is just so good in every certain position and just feels like he's always at the right spot, at the right time, at the right moment, and it just feels like he's playing super well. So I'm curious to see if this is what's gonna happen, if this is how it's gonna look. Like they are just gonna be playing towards him being the help, because this Karma, she's obviously not gonna be the carry of the team. She's gonna be the support of the team. She's gonna be everything that they need to make sure that they win.
And she has so many targets just to play with. For example, playing with Viego is like playing on autopilot. The same goes with Irelia if she managed to go a little bit ahead of the enemy. And Varus, as we are looking right now, playing with Hail of Blades, should be the poking, the lethality Varus, so you don't have to pay much attention about what's going on your back lane. And Neramin should be in an okay spot unless he oversteps a little bit. So as a Karma, you basically are just going with the front line with Irelia and Viego that needs a little bit of your support.
And what the start is it gonna be from Orbit Anonymo? We can see already putting the vision down close to the Raptors, obviously between Raptors and the red buff. Both of the teams are gonna do it. And is there anything weird in the setups? Is there anything weird in the summoner's choice? I would say there is. I'm surprised to see that Fetsky went for a cleanse in this specific scenario. I mean, yeah, you want to cleanse Chipsy, Ignite, but it kind of feels like there's no CC that is gonna stun you on the other side. It kind of feels like, I don't know, heal exhaust combo would be way better for Cryptocraft. That's at least how I feel about that.
Or maybe even Ignite. We sometimes see Ignite on Lucian with Emilio. To just go hard on the enemy side, like level 2. Not this time. Playing with Cleanse helps you a little bit while after the 6th level scenario, you know, Varus is trying to snipe you with Chains of Corruption. But besides that, I don't know. Feels weird a little bit.
Yeah, I don't feel comfortable saying that as well. It kind of feels just weird. And, well, maybe we'll see an opportunity for them to utilize this clans. I don't know about that so far. 2v2 fighting on the bottom lane. Cryptocrafts are gonna be the first one to hit level 2. Not surprising seeing Alistar on the other team. It's almost like impossible for you to get faster level 2 as Alistar. I mean, you would really need to win hard level 1 somehow. It would require a mistake from the enemy to let you hit level 2 faster.
And it just didn't happen in this scenario. So making use of faster level 2 allows Lulas to sneak in the tree bush, but hey, it's worth it. Is it going to go for a dive regardless of this?
It looks like they are focused on Neramin. Neramin, he does have a flash, he does have a heal as well. So fast TP from Prime to make sure that maybe he can catch someone off guard. Dancer had to flash. Chips is there as well. He can try to combo. Yeah, exactly. With a flash. Ignite is there as well. Dancer out of position a little bit.
Oh,
but
no.
Lulas is there. Nice stun. And nice job done. But there we go. It's a dive from Prime. He will be able to get a first blood. But Fetsky will get one right back.
I do believe that Prime had to go for this dive, otherwise it would be, using TP to just save your team from the dive coming up, and then losing a huge wave on the top lane. He still lost a lot of experience and some gold, but the cash coming from the first blood, it's a really, really nice prize for him.
That's true, but he lost a lot of experience. We can already see that. He is still level 3 right now. Just made level 4. Mietek, he is already in a good spot, was able to ward down the river. So he knows exactly where Afroboy is because he obviously knows about the crap being done. So there is information for that, but something that we haven't talked about is how much Lulas lost. Right now, he's losing a lot of time. Replay obviously happening. We can see what happened. The TP from Prime actually saved him because he had the priority. So that made a lot of sense. But look at top lane, Mietek barely surviving. Yeah, but coming back into my point real quick, look at what happened in jungle. Lulas is super behind compared to Afroboy because he lost so much time fighting on the bottom lane. Meanwhile, Afroboy was just farming, so he hadn't lost anything.
Yeah, basically doubled in terms of camps being cleared, and Afroboy still has his blue buff up, as we see on the minimap. So he did a different pathing. He didn't go just for the full clear. He makes sure that Lulas will be punished for his early attempt of getting the dive on the bot lane. And right now, Rel will be struggling a little bit. I mean, right now you can only go for a Gromp, and that's the best you can do. Then just, I don't know, a recall once again to buy a counter ward or something. Oh no, they are starting Drake using the priority coming from bot lane.
Exactly, and Fetsky right now, I mean, he will be helping the team to make sure that they will be obviously getting the priority from the bottom lane. The first Drake is definitely a nice prize for Cryptocraft. That's good. But also, we need to remember, Cryptocraft, they have nothing to lose right now. They can try to play the poking game. They can try to maybe test something out. We don't know how much of this team will be left for the second part of the split, but maybe we'll talk about it in a second because Mietek is caught off guard. The stun, another stun, nice equalizer, a lot of damage on Afroboy, but I don't feel like it's enough. Afroboy ults back, and Prime survives. That was close.
Yeah, that was a close call, mostly because Mietek had this level advantage, but we are quickly going into the bot lane, and Fetsky without the cleanse and flash this time needs to disengage, but he's not able to. Neramin snipes him with a piercing arrow, and also Dancer without any summoners. He's as good as dead.
Yeah, very, very sad, but unfortunately, Cryptocraft, the beginning was looking pretty decent for them, but yeah, then when Fetsky dies, the cleanse is not gonna help you. Maybe if we had a heal there, maybe there's a possibility that he can try to fight, but yeah, Lulas try to covering the guy that he's there. Oh my god!
And he's okay? He should be
Prime!
okay.
I mean, yeah, he can try to outplay it. Look at the minion damage for Lulas! It's so big, actually. Lulas, not much he can do. He can only try to farm the rest of the minions that are there, and he's not even the main beneficient that we would like to see. So yeah, not good.
Like 3 minutes ago, we've been talking about Cryptocraft starting this game well with a nice gank on bot lane, and then so advantages in the top lane. But right now, I do believe that Orbit and Anonymo are just taking over.
Yeah, it feels like Orbit and Anonymo are back. Yesterday they didn't play the best game in the world, but yeah, now it's looking way, way better.
Okay, so Furby without the flash, Mietek also on the top lane for quite some time, Tvetsky without summoners on bot lane. That's basically an easy situation for Afro Boy. Whatever lane he decides to go, maybe not counting mid lane because Karma is not so good of a setup facing Jace on the other side. He basically could get an easy elimination. Maybe we
Oh.
will just witness it on top lane.
Poor Mietek. I mean, he can try to run away, but not even Equalizer available for him. He is slowed, he's not even stunned, and he is dead. Afroboy and Prime, the duo that we know can make miracles happen, make one as well. 3 kills for Prime, 1 for Afroboy, and it's working very well right now for Orbit Anonymo.
So this time the matchup on top lane looks really, really different.
Yeah.
Previous time Mietek was able to get a solo kill after solo kill. I don't believe it's going to happen in this game.
Yeah, it's looking way better. It feels like both of the teams knows that that right now they are in the spot that it doesn't really matter if they lose or win, so they just let themselves have fun a little bit. And Prime is definitely having fun. Look at that. Auto attack after auto attack, going under the tower, making the dive happen. Jesus Christ, Prime. That's just looking phenomenal.
He's just smurfing on the top lane, and Mietek is definitely not having fun. How about the fun on bot lane? Will Chipsy be sacrificed for it?
Oh, Lulas. Oh, he
Oh,
missed
no.
with everything. No way. That's so unlucky. And there, I mean, he's still feeling confident, trying to make piercing arrow hit Fetsky. He won't be able to do it, but that Gripchocraft, that make Gripchocraft even more tilted, I believe, because like, how are you even supposed to do something as
Meanwhile,
Mietek
top
look
lane.
at that flashing under the tower, trying to make it work, and he will, but not for long.
Not for long. 0-5 already. I mean, playing Rumble right now in this scenario. Oh, it's hard. I wouldn't say it's hard. It's unplayable.
Yeah, it's... You're already in this spot as Rumble that you lost so much XP. Look at that. Prime is level 8, Rumble is level 6. So always... I mean, you're never winning 1v1 now versus Prime, unfortunately, for Mietek. You're just gonna be like waiting, basically, for laning phase to finish. Then maybe somehow a good equalizer can try to match what happened. But yeah, even if you hit this equalizer, unfortunately, with how far you're behind, you're just gonna be basically, I wouldn't say a stun bot, but a slow bot, just, you know, giving a little bit slow because there's gonna be no damage basically. So yeah, looking good for Orbit Anonymo. 4k lead in 10 minutes, I feel like, yeah, it's definitely acceptable.
Blade of the Ruined King already in hands of Irelia. That basically seals the deal. Whenever Mietek crosses the line, I mean, he's under the tower, he didn't cross any line. Prime, what are you doing?
Yeah, Prime is just having fun, but he's gonna die. That's a big shutdown happening, and look at that, Afro Boy going for some fun as well. Dancer at the beginning, I mean, he was having fun, and he's the one that actually was able to kill Neraminov, catch Neraminov guard, and that's pretty surprising. The gold lead, actually smaller a little bit. It's not 4k, it's only 3k, so that's some good information for Gripchocraft. I mean, that's, I would say, good information, but also a bad information that you're still very far behind. Afroboy, no ultimate available, and I feel like Gripchocraft, they know it. They should understand that, okay, if he doesn't have any ultimate, there's no way they can try to make something work, but there we go. Royson with the TP, and it looks like we are about to have a fight. Lulas engages. Neramin pretty much dead instantly. Fetsky able to get a kill. Chipsy, ultimate available, but he won't be even forced to use it. Gripchocraft able to get a Drake, second one of this game.
It just looked weird from the side of Neramin. I mean, how did he end up in the middle of everything? He should be playing from the back, just trying to poke, and I don't believe that Orbit Anonymo really wanted to fight here. Maybe just make use of the long-range damage they could put just to try poke them down, maybe scare them off of this Drake. It just feels weird for Neramin to be here, but it's not that big of a loss. It's only a second Drake. If Orbit Anonymo can make more of a use coming from Void Grabs or just diving top lane over and over and getting the first tower, they should be more than happy.
Oh yeah, they are definitely more than happy right now, and it just feels like, looking at what everything is happening right now, it just feels like it's a pure domination right now happening from Orbit Anonymo. It's only 2.4k gold, so in simple theory, it doesn't sound like that. But yeah, when we look at what is happening all over Summoner's Rift, yeah, it kind of feels like it just... I mean, it's simple. Just look at Prime. Already, like you said, Blade of the Ruined Kings, bot. He is feeling super confident. He can basically dive him for days, and look at that. Chipsy feeling confident as well. Okay, that works. That stun is gonna... that cleanse is gonna save his life. But Chipsy, he's diving for so long, and Neramin 1-for-1. How is it possible
And
that Chipsy
Neramin-
got 6 tower shots?
Yeah, Neramin missed a really close range kill, and he wasn't allowed to finish the kill a couple of seconds earlier. Maybe then he would just get away from the side of tower, but it didn't happen. In the end, it's a dive well done. Fetsky will lose some of the creep, some of the experience. He's still leading on the bot lane, and it shouldn't be easy for Orbit Anonymo to look for one more fight like this while they're playing 2 against 2. So leaving Fetsky alone, especially when you're playing Lucian Nami, just doesn't look like the right idea.
No, it definitely does not, and now it just feels like it's looking very, very rough for everyone involved in Gripchokraft's side. Still, 3k behind. Still similar situation, but this Karma is getting stronger. Normally, we just think of Karma as support, but when your support champ is so far ahead, it feels like the amount of shield she will be giving, the amount of value, we haven't even seen that yet, because we hadn't had opportunities to see that. But when she does get into a 5v5 team fight, her value is gonna be unreal. It will just feel like it's impossible to kill anyone on Orbit Anonymo's side, and I believe this Karma is gonna be the hidden hero for them to make it work.
Yeah, and also in addition to that, if Royson plays it perfectly, he should deny like 80% of poke coming from the side of Furby. Whenever you see the Q coming from Jace, you just shield your ally and everybody should be okay, because as you said, the amount of shields that Orbit Anonymo are going to get from Karma will be enormous.
Exactly like you said, Mayotek, it's gonna be just so big. And well, Orbit Anonymo playing a little bit slower right now, just making sure that they get into the stronger points that they have, making sure that they maybe can catch Chipsy off guard, but obviously he's having the ultimate, so no issue with that, just able to pop it out, and yeah, he's gonna be strong. Mietek in the meanwhile, that's just nightmare. Honestly, I just feel so bad for him. Nothing he can do there. Afroboy just chose him as the guy to sacrifice all the time.
Yeah, that's definitely the end of a laning phase for Mietek. What about bot lane?
Okay, that's looking better. Neramin caught off guard. Fetsky diving, flash forward. Neramin flash backwards, but doesn't matter. Double kill for Fetsky. TP behind, obviously, from Prime. He's on 2 items. Oh my Utek, 2 items for Prime means at least a double kill for him. First one is there, second one basically for free, double kill for Prime. He's going for more. He's looking for Lulas, he's looking for Fetsky, but they are fast. They are running away, and they are making sure that they won't feed Prime even more.
So to summarize that, Orbit Anonymo definitely destroyed the top lane. Gripchokraft tried to do the same on the bottom side of the map, but with a quick response of Royson and Prime, they just wasn't able to crush the tower and get in a much more advantageous position. Yeah, it's over 1k gold ahead for Fetsky himself. But it's a Lucian Nami. I mean, you're just expecting that coming from the draft, that Lucian and Nami are going to be ahead, and you just need to figure out a way how to play around it.
Yeah, and definitely it is not gonna be easy to figure it out how to play around it, but good information for Orbit Anonymo is the fact that finally they will be able to take the Drake. They lost the first 2, but now obviously it's only 1 Chemtech, but it's definitely good information they needed to make sure that it is gonna happen. Bounty for Mietek sounds like a good idea, but to be fair, I don't feel like it's gonna matter a lot, but what matters is this damage from Fetsky. It's only Lucian Nami, but it's also, wow, a lot of damage coming in not only from Lucian Nami, but also from from Orbit Anonymo's side, because Furby is gonna be dead very fast.
I'm surprised that the duo of Fesky and Dancer just didn't go a little bit deeper and they could acquire an easy elimination. Maybe they didn't have full information about where players or Orbit Anonymo are, and they are going to find out this time.
Oh yes, they will. Fesky is the first one to fall, and without Lucian, it's gonna be very, very tough for you to win this team fight. But they will take Prime. Chips is there as well. Mietek is doing some damage, but look at that. Afroboy speeding up, making sure that he works as Nami as well. And Dancer, Fesky, Mietek, and now Lulas are all gonna be dead, because there is no chance for Lulas to get away with that. No chance for him at all. Orbit Anonymo, 19 kills in 18 minutes. That's a statement.
And they are really lucky that it's only 18 minutes of the game, because it would be over 20. Orbit Anonymo would be acquiring a Baron buff right now after this huge win. The gold skyrocket after this fight, especially when we look at Irelia and Viego. 2 items already completed. Afroboy didn't recall after getting so many kills a couple of seconds before, so he will be just getting stronger and stronger, and I don't see a scenario when the 3 of those players, Prime, Afroboy and Royson, are going in alongside Chipsy with his ultimate. They are just never going to die.
Yeah, they shouldn't be able to die, not in this sort of situation. We've always been saying 4,000 difference between the teams, but now we are getting to 6, and well, we are not stopping. Chipsy, the first one to face check. He doesn't have the ultimate, but he is still somehow alive. He's still doing the work, and look at that. Mietek shows up. He's actually doing a lot of damage. Chipsy is gonna be the first one to fall, and maybe now Cryptocraft can somehow make it happen. Furby is coming, but Lulas is dead. Not only Lulas, but Mietek as well. And now Prime, he is actually making something happen. Fesky out of position, out of damage, out of everything, and he's gonna be the next one to fall. They don't have the opportunity to take the Nashors yet, but definitely they will in the next 20 seconds.
I mean, not too shabby, Cryptocraft. Nice flank coming from Mietek, nice ultimate from the side of Lulas, but it doesn't matter how you start the team fight, the outcome is what matters. And Fesky totally losing position. He wanted to go for an aggressive play, so we can see it right now on the replay. He tried to reposition himself more aggressively, going through the mid lane, abandoning the rest of his team, and yeah, the cooling did a good job. He was able to delete Neramin, but then you have to face against 2 really strong bruisers, Irelia and Viego, that already got his first reset. I mean, it couldn't work in any way.
No, it couldn't, and Cryptocraft, I mean, I think it's a good moment to try to appreciate them a little bit. Oh my god, Prime. I just see his movement on Irelia, and it feels like every single time he's looking for some kills. And not only him, look at Afroboy, Spectral Mo onto Furby, the ultimate available as well in few seconds, and he won't even need it. He will just force a flash from Furby. Being happy with that, and yeah, Orbit Anonymo definitely happy with what is happening right now on Summoner's list. They haven't taken the Nash yet, but they are definitely putting the pressure on Orbit Anonymo, but now the ones putting pressure are Cryptocraft, at least on Chips. Lulas also being damaged a little bit. Spectral Mo interrupted by Afroboy, Neramin, going straight up onto the Herald, just having some fun. He will have additional shield, obviously, but now he's gonna be dead pretty much instantly out of the team fight. Not much he can do from that position. He can't even poke. Fesky, that was so close, but so far at the same time, piercing arrow almost made it work. Neramin, that's a lot of shield from Royson, and now it looks like the only one to fall somehow will be Lulas.
That's a really close brawl from the side of both of those teams. I'm surprised that we have only seen 1 kill in this madness. Prime, in the meantime, TP'd into the top lane to secure the tier 2 tower. And right now, in some interesting flanking position, Drake is coming up within 5 seconds. So Prime, now it's your time to shine.
I mean, it's definitely his time to shine, and Prime he won't be the one getting a kill. It will be Royson, but it will be still good for Orbit Anonymo. 22 minutes in, 24 kills for them. They can definitely take the second Drake. They don't only need the second Drake, they can even go for the Nash if they want to, because they are all on power spikes. Look at their items. Double Witsend actually bought by them. That's quite interesting, making Mietek quite miserable for the next few minutes, because not much he can do versus this sort of items.
Yeah, just in case, Mietek wasn't punished enough on the top lane, let's just stack Magic Resist to really be painful for him. Afroboy playing a little bit with Mietek right now, not going in, focusing on creeps, but only because he was waiting for Chipsy to get an additional assist on that.
Exactly that, and just feels like right now Orbit Anonymo, they are running with this game. They are definitely running with this game. Prime just split pushing. Furby, I'm not quite sure if there's anything he can do versus them, because Royson is there just making sure that he will be securing them. Hard rotation from Cryptocraft, but Prime, yeah, he does have his E always available. E2 will always make sure that he can run away from the danger, run away to safety.
So right now we are seeing a siege coming from the side of Orbit Anonymo, even though they could just secure a vision and prepare a position for Baron Nashor. They doesn't look to care about it. Prime on the bot lane is having a time of his life, being on Irelia at 3 items and basically saying, nobody can stop me. You either send like 3 or 4 players towards me and then maybe we can have a little bit of fun, or I'm going to demolish your base.
Yeah, I mean, that's basically how it looks so far. And yeah, it's not gonna be easy to see what is happening inside of Cryptocraft's base, because slowly but surely Orbit Anonymo are making sure that they will get into their base. Sooner or later, they will be there. And I mean, 25 kills for them. They can pretty much start the Nash, because they have quite fast Nash if Prime and Naramin are there.
By the way, I have just noticed that Royson bought the support item like a couple of seconds ago. Maybe just for fun, maybe just to, get some additional gold while poking enemies, but it really doesn't make a difference.
Yeah, I feel like it actually makes sense, because he will always get. I mean, look at that. Naramin is farming with him basically, so that means they will all be getting additional gold from that. So they are very happy with that. And yeah, Royson just having some fun, level upping while farming. And Prime 1v2 on enemy base sounds like fun. Look at that, fighting with Furby, ultimate done, first kill done. Mietek out of position, but he will be able to survive. But what kind of life is that?
Yeah, they needed like 3 to 4 players to get rid of Prime, and a lot of ultimates to finish him off. Meanwhile, Orbit Anonymo are just securing the mid wave and securing what's most important, Baron Nashor in the 25-minute mark.
Sounds like slowly but surely they are making work of what is happening right now for Orbit Anonymo. Just Naramin caught off guard, no flash available, and Dancer, nicely done by him. The fact that he was able to actually catch him, but now Afroboy on the reset, it doesn't matter. He is angry that someone killed Naramin. He is about to avenge him. 11 kills for Afroboy. This guy is one-man army.
Yeah, this guy, he looks like he's 1v9ing this entire game. From the start to this point, I don't believe, did a single mistake. Always on point, always on time. And with this itemization, at this point of the game, nobody can take him down. He's not making such a crazy plays as Prime right now on the replay, flashing towards the enemy base, just strictly going for an elimination, doesn't paying attention on what's going on around him.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks like everyone from Orbit Anonymo are just having fun, and looks like team fight-wise, they are just, ready to take it to another level. If they only played it like that yesterday, maybe there would have been still a chance for a perfect split, but no, not this time. And yeah, 40 kills in 26 minutes. That's League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen. That's a beauty of League of Legends. That's what we like. Yeah, definitely a bloodbath, and it looks like Orbit Anonymo, they do not want to waste any time pushing the mid wave, pushing the bot wave as well, making sure to get at least 2 inhibs. That will be nice for them. Prime, he will definitely make sure to take this tower. It shouldn't even be an issue with him being that strong. Yeah, this tower will fall pretty much immediately. Mid tower will fall pretty much immediately, and that means the double inhib should be theirs as well.
Without Lulas, there's no much engage left on the side of
Oh my
Gripcraft,
god.
and
Oh,
without
oh, oh.
Fitsky, there shouldn't be any more damage, but he manages to escape. Right now, Afroboy in some troubles. 1,000 gold comes to Furby, but will it help some more in defending the base? I mean, Mietek will definitely not be defending the base this time. Yeah, it's just an execution.
Yep, he's not gonna be the one. Neramin was able to get a kill. They can even get the Drake. They know what they are doing. They know they are just having fun. They are just playing with their foot, and they deserve it. They deserve it after a long season. And Gripcraft, it looks like they have something to say about that. The TP straight up from Furby, TP from Prime to the mid lane as well. But do they really want to fight Orbit Anonymo? I know it's 4v4, but still.
Yeah, but still Prime on a nice position, Royston on the other side,
Nice
constantly poking enemies, Chipsy looking for an engage. Looks like Lulas has to go for it.
And he will, but that's basically 1v3. It's very tough to do anything, and Prime is just simply eating him up. Orbit Anonymo are making sure that they win this 4v4. They have the advantages, they have the mid wave, they have a bot wave, they have everything going their way, and they will just play it slow. Just take this Drake, reset probably, make sure to go for a Nash in 2 minutes as well, and then just finish the game up.
I mean, in the end, it's the last game of the regular season for both of those teams, and definitely a last game of this split for Gripcraft. So there's no surprise that they are going for such a crazy plays like this one, but this time it's Prime going for a crazy trade alongside all of his teammates. They are just going to wipe Gripcraft out of this map. Ace from Orbit Anonymo.
Oh yes, and it took them 29 minutes, but they finally got there in the end. Dancer, not much he could have done with this Nami. He was trying his best, I respect that. At least he didn't go 117 like he did on Silas, I also respect that. But Orbit Anonymo just way too strong right now, way too much on their... with their prime. They did the work they were supposed to do.
And they delivered the last win of the regular season. Sadly, it's not 14-0 for them. It's only 13-1, but still a remarkable score to end up the regular season with. Congratulations to Orbit Anonymo. And hey, congratulations to Gripcraft. In the end, they put in a good fight, at least on the bot lane. That was an interesting match to open up the last day of regular split of this season of Ultraliga.
Yeah, I mean, they understood that they don't have any chance to get into the playoffs. They at least put up the fight. They were trying to make it interesting, but it's hard to make it interesting when you are playing versus the best team in the league. So yeah, definitely not easy job to do, but they managed to do a lot of good work during the season. I feel like Gripcraft were in the moments they played like a good team, but they also had a very rough beginning, and it felt like it's just gonna be super tough for them to get back. They didn't manage to do it, but they definitely put up a fight in the last game, and I respect that.
And they scaled during the season. I mean, the beginning was tough. Firstly, playing with Damkex on top lane on the first day, if I recall correctly. Then having some mistakes here and there, dropping some maps, but finally scaling into the long run. But the season is much shorter than we used to have in the Ultraliga. So Gripcraft, this is the last stop sign you will be seeing. Stop right here and just sit back, relax, watch some more League of Legends in Ultraliga, and get ready for summer.
Exactly, and from what I know, we have a guy that is ready for an interview, and it's not just a guy; it's a boy. It's Afro Boy, the guy that we've been waiting for to get into the interview. Good to see you, Afro Boy. I'm for sure you're happy with your performance in this game because you were smurfing the whole game.
That is what happens if Afroboy plays carry jungles.
Okay, does it mean that you're gonna play a little bit more of a carry junglers in the playoffs, maybe?
I mean, it depends, you know. Yesterday kind of made me mad, so I had to drop the quick bomb. But we'll see. I mean, that's the nice thing about the team, right? Literally everyone can carry.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, we've seen that in this game and in the very other games you've played during the season. First of all, hi and congratulations, Afroboy, on this win and on
Thank you.
keeping the first place in the regular season. Is it really sad for you that it's not a perfect split, or you just don't care about the numbers? I mean, yeah, we can meme about it, we can have a discussion about it, but I just want to have your honest opinion. Does it really matter?
It does, you know. My AD carry told me yesterday, don't worry, Afroboy, it's all okay, don't be sad. But I wanted this team to be remembered, you know. This time I wanted to be remembered in the books for all of eternity. You know, you never know what happens in the future, right? But this team would always be remembered as the first team that went for the golden run. But it hurts. Literally, it still does. That's why. I mean, in the grip show craft kind of felt it today, I think. But it's okay. It's okay. In the end, it doesn't matter. I figured out I will just gaslight myself. I actually did win yesterday.
Yeah.
In fact, 14-0 right now. The golden run, boys. The golden run, 14-0. Let's go.
So the most important part is what you believe in. It's not the facts, but what you believe in. If you believe that, it's gonna happen. So my question is, if you had to predict your score versus their Tenacity, best of 5, what is it gonna be? 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, maybe losing 0-3, but knowing you, it's not an option. So
I
yeah.
mean, it's gonna be a 1-3 because we give them one taco, you know. We give them a share of the bite, so they don't look too bad. But it's gonna be 2 matchups actually. So maybe it's like 1-3, and so we get 3 finals. Then we have more vacation, and then in the finals on the offline tournaments, it's gonna be 2-3. So it's a banger series for everyone, just for entertainment. You know, if we are 2-0 up, we will have fun 2 games, so it's gonna be more exciting.
Okay, so you'll win both of the times versus Zero Tenacity.
Of course. And we
Oh,
already beat them 2-0, by the way.
Yeah, I know. That's why I'm asking.
What happened yesterday? We actually also won yesterday. We are 14-0 right now. I don't think, like, actually the playoffs run we will just 3-0, 3-0. What is it then? It's 20-0. 20-0 Ultraliga quick run.
It's boring, right?
20% speed run.
Yeah, it's better to lose some games to make sure that you get a W. I respect that. I respect that. You'll definitely be one of the 2 teams that we will be looking forward to meet in EU Masters, in EMEA Masters. Sorry for that. And yeah, hopefully we will see you there. Thank you, Afroboy, for this interview. It's been a pleasure, like always. And like always, shout out anyone you want, even in your native language.
So actually, I want to give a shout out to my sister and my mother and the boyfriend of my sister, because actually I had internet problems and I went quickly with my PC to my old family house, to my parents, and that's why my background kind of looks. I'm sitting in the forest right now, as
in
you
the
can see.
jungle.
Yeah.
So I went quick home to my parents' house, dropped quick bomb, and now I'll have some nice dinner with them. Thank you
Yeah.
guys. You helped me a lot. Otherwise, this quick bomber would not be possible.
Of course, no problem. And see you in the playoffs, Afroboy. Hopefully
We will
you'll
make
be
you guys
playing.
proud. You Masters
Yeah.
too.
Hopefully you will be playing as good as you did today.
I will. That's a promise. See
Thank you. Bye
Thank you.
bye. That was Afroboy, ladies and gentlemen, and that was a pleasure, Majutek, to see what just happened versus Gripshakraft.
I mean, not only his performance in the interviews, and I do believe that I've seen every interview of Afroboy. It's just a pleasure to watch and to listen to this guy. But the performance in this game also, as he said, that's what you get if you let Afroboy play the carry jungler. And ladies and gentlemen, we just saw what's going to happen. Nearly perfect game from this guy, and nearly perfect split from Orbit Anonymo. That's what we got with the 14 games that they've been playing. That was a pleasure to watch them, and it will be definitely a pleasure to watch them facing Zero Tenacity in the playoffs. I mean, Afroboy sound kinda confident about facing them twice. Looks like he's not expecting back to the game or the other team to be any problematic.
I mean, yeah, I respect his confidence, honestly, and we will see if they are able to do it, but we also see who will be able to win game 2 today, and it's going to be also very, very interesting. So absolutely stay tuned, and we will be right back.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira.
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
Del norte.
Man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Yeah, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Yeah. 1+1 = 2. Put two and two together, that would equal you. Forever lying, tryna play me for a fool. Call me the professor, boy, I'll put you back in school, yeah. 1+1 = 2. Put two and two together, that would equal you. Forever lying, tryna play me for a fool. Call me the professor, boy, I'll put you back in school. Yeah. You looking like a dummy, out here acting funny.
And welcome back, everybody. That was definitely the first game of today. We've seen a lot of eliminations, a lot of action going on the whole Summoner's Rift from top side to the bottom lane. But in the end, Orbit Anonymo are the winners. Once again, almost a perfect split, almost a perfect match from them. And they are definitely looking like a contender to win the whole split. But Zero Tenacity are waiting for them for one little mistake to be able to fight in the best of fives. As we have heard from the side of Afroboy, he seems pretty confident about it.
Yeah, he definitely does. But yeah, we will also have some funny things happening during today's broadcast. Not only speaking of Appleboy and speaking of Zero Tenacity, but especially something that to me at least is very, very important is how the next game is going to go. And the next game I feel like is going to be super, super exciting. Back to the game versus Team ESCA Gaming. In simple theory, one team is in the playoffs, the second one is out of the playoffs. So in simple theory, this game doesn't really matter, but because it doesn't really matter, it could be so fun because we could have kills left, right, and center, everything happening all the time basically. And yeah, that would be fun, and I feel like it's gonna be fun.
And also the champion select might look interesting as well. I know for a fact that back to the game players are capable of playing basically anything, especially on bot lane. In the second division, we saw something like, Senna Cho'Gath. In the first division, while According was playing as Katra, that was his nickname, he picked like Sante and Singed and many, many really interesting picks, and I'm really waiting for a big bump to drop on the bot lane, on the draft especially, and just show us some picks that wasn't shown during the split.
Yeah, I mean, do you think like what do you have in mind when you think of special picks? What would you think that would be like his special for you at least?
I mean, some crazy tank. Did we experience Galio from his side yesterday? Yeah, we did.
Yeah, we did. Yes, yes, yes.
Uh,
Galio was good. This Galio was definitely good. He played some very good League of Legends, and I feel like definitely looking good to see how this Galio played out. From what Crystal said on the interview, it looked like he was the one that said, "Yeah, I think Galio is good." They just went on the fly with it, and it just felt like, yeah, it just worked out for them. And yeah, they played it overall pretty decent, I would say. This Galio was definitely had a lot of synergy with Vi, with Camille as well, and yeah, it looked very good.
so maybe this time like an airy Jarvan or some other stuff that technically works, but it's just really, really tough to play in the competitive. I do believe that this match is the best opportunity to just have fun on the official match. Do not worry about the outcome of this match, and just have some fun before you jump into the bloodbath against either devils.one or Forsaken. We are going to determine that on the following match. But the next one, Team ESCA Gaming against Back to the Game, we are just expecting, I am expecting everything to be flying around the place, as you said before, kills right, left, and the center, and just basically going with the picks that you have been preparing in scrims, but didn't have an opportunity to go on an official match.
Yeah, exactly. And I feel like it's just gonna be super interesting to see how it plays out, because we know that ESCA can go a little bit crazy with a draft. We saw it yesterday as well. They were the ones that actually went with Belvet. So yeah, it's super
At least
interesting.
on top lane.
That's the part that I was trying to forget about. It was definitely not something that I feel like worked out for them. I mean, at least they gave it a shot. I respect that. They gave it a shot. It didn't work out. Like I said yesterday, this Alistar actually has a very, very, very big, I would say, win ratio on his solo queue, but unfortunately on the professional level, it kind of works the other way around.
Since you are waiting for the draft to start, I see that you obviously picked Back to the Game in your predictions, and I don't believe that any of the casters did otherwise. How is it going in the predictions? Is somebody catching up to the leaders, or actually, I'm going to check it on Twitter. In the
I'm
meantime.
still the second one, and I'm mad about that because I felt I should be the first one, but yeah, apparently Bialita and Maguire are just smurfing this year. Like 43 points so far, doing good. I respect that, doing good, and yeah, I'm still the second one with 41 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I just checked it. You have 41, and you are currently on the second place. And it doesn't look like everybody today did the same bets as the other guys. Orbit, Anonymo, Back to the Game, Forsaken. Everybody went with Forsaken, actually. Only Twitter voted for devils.one. That's a surprise for me.
It is, but I believe the reason is because most of us did the predictions before yesterday.
Okay.
And we probably, I would say, forgot to do to be honest, I will be just straight up honest with you. Today I was literally out of home for the most of the time, and I just completely forgot about changing my prediction, because if I watched yesterday, I would definitely change it up, because I mean, it's not like you need to change it up like after yesterday. I feel like, I mean, yeah, obviously you can feel like maybe Forsaken have a chance to win, and I feel like they definitely have a chance to win, but I would at least give it a consideration to feel like, yeah, that's the question, how it's supposed to, how is it supposed to work, because in my opinion, at least, it feels like Griptocraft, Forsaken right now, they are a very good team, but devils.one after yesterday's boost feels like definitely could manage versus them.
But would you consider swapping your prediction in this match? I mean, yeah, Team ESCA Gaming can be a little surprise here and there, mostly because Back to the Game can just approach this game without this 100% focus and slightly lighter approach. Maybe we will see something going on in the draft. We are not expecting Team ESCA Gaming to stomp them. We do see, obviously, the score 1-12. Only one map won during the entire regular season. That's the big fact. Not so many experts are trusting them right now.
That's true, and let's see the bans. Senna away from ESCA, and yeah, I mean, is Smolder gonna be banned? I would love to see Smolder. It would just be so fun to see him in pro play. Come on, just give us a shot, guys.
By the way, Salami is spamming like over 100 games of Smolder in the solo queue right now. So if it's open and ESCA doesn't pick it in the first rotation, then we will definitely see an insta-log.
Yeah, but the question is it gonna be open, right? I mean, it's open now, 2 seconds left. TF. Okay, so the question is, are they first picking Smolder, or do they have the answer prepared for Smolder, or do they just want to have some fun? Because I would love to see Smolder being picked. Varus, Band, Desolina first pick. So what the first pick is gonna be? I mean, I would be happy even with a hover of Smolder. Definitely would make my day.
We do have some picks like Karma, Open, or Israel, really strong picks on this patch, getting some buffs on 14.2, if I recall correctly. We do have a lock-in of Smolder, but on the side of Team ESCA Gaming.
It's funny because Solari said yesterday, if they pick Smolder without me, it's just super sad. And yeah, it's the first day without her, and they picked Smolder.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, unlucky for her, unlucky.
Looks like the answer to picking Smolder is already here, locking in so quickly. Orianna with Vi, really strong combo, not only 2v2 on the mid lane, but especially on the team fights, just trying to lock him down with Season Disease and just pressing R with the Shockwave, trying to take him down. We only need like one additional source of damage coming in from the side of Back to the Game, and Smolder would be smoked.
Oh yeah, he would be. It's Belvet picked for Muzzy as well. And I must say, yesterday I was kind of surprised with how good he played with this Belvet. If they do the same thing, and if Back to the Game watched their yesterday's demo, they know what they will do. Most likely, what is gonna happen is ESCA are gonna sacrifice what is happening around the map just for Muzzy to take the first Void Grubs, then to take the second Void Grubs, then to take the first Herald. He's gonna be like, okay, screw the Drakes, I don't need the Drakes, I'm just gonna need the Void Grubs, I'm just gonna need Herald to make myself feel good, and then we can fight for Drakes, then we can fight for something that is gonna matter. But Back to the Game, they don't care about fighting early, they care about scaling. This Zeri is gonna be very happy later stages of the game.
I have heard from some of the players of the second division that Zeri actually does fine against Smolder. I can see the case. Both teams, both bot lanes are just trying to focus on, pushing the lane, getting nice resets, getting ready into the mid game, and both champions are definitely on the side of scaling, not fighting in the early game.
Yeah, and now second rotation, Renata ban pretty much instantly. Makes sense. I mean, a lot of engage coming in from Orianna and from Vi, so you want to make sure that this Renata won't be there to complicate matters for Back to the Game. Nautilus ban in exchange. I mean, it makes even more sense. With this amount of engage with Nautilus, it would be super broken to have it for Back to the Game. I'm curious if Accorder is gonna play for the team and he's gonna pick Enchanter because Enchanter is so good with Zeri, or is he gonna be like, you know what, coach, it's the last game, give me something that I like, give me some set, give me Galio, give me Leona, because Nautilus is banned. That's gonna be interesting to see what's his decision.
And that's still an R5 angle for Accorder. They don't need definitely to look in a top laner as a last pick. Maybe Cozy will just be friendly for Accorder, and yeah, you can have this one. I've had so many last picks during this season. I have so many really good matchups for my Fiora and other champions that I will just blindly go for it. No, not this time.
Yeah, exactly. And well, let's see what is gonna happen in the rest of the draft. Ornn would be surprising. I would like it though. It matches the scaling a little bit, plus gives you a lot. But I don't think Desolina would like to play Ornn in his last game of the season. But if he does, that means he's a true team player, and I respect that.
And if he does, that means that ESCA are just 100% willing to go for it. Cassante does this job, but it's way more exciting and interesting to play. We've seen so many solo bolos coming from the side of this champion. Like,
oh yeah,
I don't think if any other top laner can compare.
Yeah, this meta currently is just super crazy. Like looking at the top lane and looking at what is happening, and yeah, it just feels like it just feels like everything that is happening in the top lane as well is so unfair for everything that is connected to it, because it feels like even if you pick a strong champion versus Cassante, or you feel like it's actually a strong champion versus Cassante, it feels like it's not once you get into the fight with him, because he's just so strong, he's just so broken.
maybe Fiora, it just makes sense because Cozy played it a lot during the season, and just the riposte mechanic is so good against his Q3, or for example the scenario where you've been pulled behind the wall, you know, when Kasante all outs you, then you have some mechanics to still outplay him, even though he will most likely like rush the plated steel caps and frozen heart and just stack armor and be as annoying as possible. Fiora has some chances in this matchup.
Yeah, I feel like she definitely does, and it's gonna be a fun game to see. If you were to pick who's gonna win this last game, speaking only from draft, who would you pick?
I would go with ESCA only because we do have a smolder here.
I mean, yeah, makes sense. This smolder definitely works, and definitely makes it more interesting to see what is happening on Summoner's Rift, and I hope it's gonna happen in this game. At least some smolder kills are gonna go this way, because it definitely would be even more interesting than it was before. And to me, to see the smolder being finally picked is just a relief, honestly, because we've been waiting so long to see him in the pro play, and now we finally do, at least in our Polish soil. It definitely took a while, but we are here finally.
We are here, ladies and gentlemen, right into the Summoner's Rift for the matchup of ESCA facing back to the game. As we have mentioned several times before, this match doesn't change anything for Team
Yeah.
ESCA Gaming. They are out for quite some times from the fight of playoffs. It's just the last match of the split for them. And back to the game, yeah, they would love to end the regular season with a win, but they don't need to stress that much about it.
No, definitely they don't. And well, I'm curious to see how Buffy does. I have to say, I had this conversation with Solari, and I'm curious to see how you at least feel about it. If you had to pick one player from Team SK Gaming roster that stays and you kick everyone else, who would it be? Because if it was me, it would be Buffy. But I'm curious if I'm the only one who thinks this way, or maybe you as well.
I wouldn't agree on that, but I'm also considering Giller because he's just being so consistent in the second division. He also is, I do believe, in the first division. Yeah, they are much more tougher matchups into the bot lane, and we also have to count support while we are talking about those matchups. So maybe Giller, but most likely I would go with Buffy as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's or maybe just leave both of them and then
Yep.
kick the rest. Yeah, it sounds harsh, but sounds about right as well. Also, looking at this draft, it just feels like back to the game are just going full scaling. Like I said, you have Fiora, you have Orianna, you have Zeri, Wifrel. Zeri going cool as well, which means early on, straight up like trades that are gonna happen, she's not gonna be strong, but later on, she's gonna be way stronger.
And that's the point, I do believe. We are past season 13. We are not waiting for free items, very, free KHP, dealing a lot of damage and being unkillable. In the same time, we do have a faster transition into her power spike. I do believe 2 items should be enough for back to the game to go and look for a fight, especially when you have a Vi on your side that's basically a point and click engage. Accorder will be joining in, Shockwave waiting for the right moment to be used. It just makes such an easy setup for Salami to just dive into.
Oh yeah, it definitely does. And Team SK Gaming, they would love to at least give it a shot. They would love to at least try to win this game, because it's always better to finish the season being 2-12 and not 1-13.
It's always better, and it's always good to win the last match, because in the end you will say, hey guys, at least we tried, we did our best, we showed our strength. We do believe that maybe we are the 8th team of the Ultraliga, but in the summer with some roster changes or maybe approach to the game changes, we can still fight for it as Giller is fighting for his life, and UFO without the flash, he will just be a sacrifice here.
Yeah, he will fall, but Giller is there. He's doing quite a lot of damage, I must say. Muzzy is there as well, Buffy is there as well, and kind of feels like maybe there is an opportunity. Muzzy, knock-up hits, looking good for them. Maybe they will be able to at least get one with them, and Muzzy will get a kill. The question is, who is gonna be able to get any more kills? Look at that, a quarter out of position, double kill for Muzzy. This Belvet is doing some work, and suddenly Salami is also in trouble. What a bloodbath on the Summoner's Rift. Bloodbath on bot lane as well, and Giller, he was able to get alive from the situation.
What a crazy situation, 4 against 4 in the 4th minute of this game. Such a huge wave coming into the tower of back to the game. Luckily for Sisyph, he's here to acquire most of it. But let's have a look at the situation once again. Giller escaping with his life, and he was able to stay alive for the entire fight. Nice rotation from Buffy. He was able to be here first, and I do believe that was the most important factor. Karma arriving so early into the fight.
Yeah, and the fact you have a slow from Smolder makes everything way easier. Makes everything way too easy for Team ESCA Gaming, and the fact that ESCA, and specifically Muzzy, was able to get kills also will make his life so much easier in the jungle, because look at that. We just started, he's already on Tiamat right now. Like, it changes everything. He's still not gonna be winning 1v1 in terms of fighting with Shasku, but when he gets to Hydra, when he gets to the second item, when he gets to the third item, it's gonna be a whole little ball game playing against this sort of power spikes.
Now, basically, first jungle pathing into bot lane into Tiamat already. Yeah, that will help him big time clearing those camps. And as far as we know, Belvet is really good, making a good use of going into the enemy jungle, trying to be as annoying as possible. Yeah, those 1-against-1 fights against Vi will be hard, regardless of this purchase of Tiamat, but it will 100% help in faster clear of the camps.
Yeah, definitely it will. And now ESCA, they are definitely happy with what happened on bottom lane. Giller right now just running back, making sure that he's in the good spot. Having Smolder being fat is basically one of the best things that you can possibly have, because he's just so damn strong. Literally, this champ, it just feels like he's so busted when he's strong. Like, it's so tough to do anything versus him. And yeah, it could be the same situation here.
I've seen a lot of games, a lot of ending screenshots when Smolder was doing like 80k, 100k damage during a long game. That's almost impossible to believe.
Yeah, but it's definitely a reality. So yeah, that's fun to play against, right? That's fun to look at, and that's not fun to look at if you're Desolina. You're not enjoying a lot of your time on the top side, but there we go. I mean, he was at least able to still be alive on the top side, obviously. Quick rotation from his side, and right now Muzzy will be able to get the Drake as well. So getting a Drake, being in a good spot, there we go, Muzzy. I mean, if he is gonna be playing around the objective so well, he is gonna be super strong. We know how good Belvet can be if she is put in the correct spot, if she's put in the comfortable positions for her.
And I do believe that he needs to go with the momentum he got from the early fight on the bot lane. He's already super quick with clearing the jumble camps. He will be getting stronger and stronger, and also playing alongside with Karma, with Alistar, with such a good enablers for you to just dive into the early fights. Belvet trying to get the reset here and there looks like almost the perfect scenario for Team ESCA Gaming's early game.
Yeah, absolutely. And now, even though the game is still technically in the favor of Desolina, doesn't he know? I mean, Shasku can just literally... He could have queued, and I feel like he wanted to, but there was a risk that Desolina can try to maybe maneuver him into his tower, and that would mean Shasky is dead, so Shasky decided to play it safe, but he will still stay there. Look at that. And now they know that Mazi is close to the mid lane, so maybe there's an opportunity to do something, but they won't risk it. They just wanted to make sure that they are still in the comfortable position. Nice poke from Buffy. Yeah, playing Karma mid lane. Not OP at all.
I was expecting Shasky to go for this gank. I mean, he still had flash. He could go for a Q-flash combo, not allowing the Zelina to react in time, and then Cozy just jumping in, trying to finish it off. But yeah, there was a possibility of the Zelina making an all-out behind the tower, and since you don't know exactly where Mazi is, that was just so dangerous.
Yeah, now they know where Mazi is. Now they have definitely their eyes on him, and Mazi will be dead very fast. That's a shutdown coming in for Shasky. They left him all alone, and unfortunately, there was not much Mazi could have done.
In the end, 4 Void Grabs for Team ESCA. That's a little something, but you know, you need to have a spot to use them correctly. You need to be allowed to go for the tower. Sisyph right now in some problems. He should be dead, but the shield will save his life.
Yeah, it will, but look at Buffy. Buffy, he needs to be careful because one wrong step could actually cost his life. Nicely done by Accorder, just making sure that nicely done by UFO, just making sure that Accorder is back, like not doing any job for back to the game. And now Team ESCA Gaming, I mean, they are definitely not happy with what is happening on the top side because it's 30 CS difference right now for Cozy.
And it should just be higher and higher number for Desolina. I mean, playing against Fiora, such a tough matchup for him. But for now, let's take a quick look at this combination of Mazi being put in the air, basically not allowed for any counterplay whatsoever.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely did look good. And honestly, right now, I mean, it's gonna be a lot riding on Shasky to get ahead. I mean, this Vi, we know what Vi can do when she's ahead. It's just so easy for her, especially to cut the distance short. Like, Vi is one of the champs that it feels like she's not on your screen, and then when she pops up, it's just too late to react because she can use her cease and desist, and then it's just, yeah, it's just way too late.
So I'm really looking at Shasky in terms of him being present at the bot lane because we saw this big fight on first minutes of the game, but right now with Season Disease already being off cooldown, I'm hoping that he will once again visit bot lane and try to be as annoying for Jiller as possible, because right now, even though Smolder might have some problems in the early game, yeah, he's a hard scaling champion, this phase of the game is a piece of cake for him.
Yeah, it definitely is, and game way slower than what we had on the first day. It feels on the first game of the day. It feels like both of the teams, even though they know this game technically doesn't matter, they know that it's important for them to be in the good spot. And yeah, Mazi is the one to walk up. Mazi is in a very good spot. I know he died on the Void Grabs, but he's still in the very good spot right now. He could be in the worst spot right now because Cease and Desist, the ultimate, nice flash for him. Will buy him some time, and there we go, the ultimate from Jiller is there as well. And look at that, it looks like Accorder is cut off guards. Nice damage. And the kill for Jiller finally. Reset for Mazi. Looks like Salami is very slowed as well, and it feels like Jiller right now is doing the damage. UFO tanking the tower. UFO almost dying, but he's still able to somehow be alive. And even though it looked very bad, now it looks way worse for back to the game. They have to give up the kill, they will have to give up the Drake, and most likely they will have to even give up the priority of the bottom lane.
One order away to equalize this fight, to make it one-on-one. But wait a second, what is happening on top lane? What is Desolina doing? Trying to take on Cozy, who's diving him, and he survives in doing so. And also Shasky stalls the Drake.
Yeah, and even though Mazi had the reset, it just doesn't matter if we had it or no. Mazi, what are you doing? You're absolutely crazy going versus 3 opponents that couldn't have been going other way. I mean, it had to go this way, and now Jiller, he had the kill. he had the ultimate. He's still doing some damage, but it's just not enough to take all of the players by himself, or is it actually? Because Shasky is going on him, shutdown for Jiller, and now Buffy versus Salami. Jiller with the flash.
The flash,
Not
yeah.
really the best flash I've seen in my life, but maybe now he's still looking for the opportunities, and yeah, not gonna be able to find anything else.
Pretty chaotic on the bot lane in this game. A lot of things are happening here. We didn't see on our screen the stealing of a Drake. I am sure hoping that we will see this on a replay. It just looked like the ESCA had full control over the Drake, but they let it slip.
Yeah, they definitely let it slip, and very unfortunate for them. They definitely would love to take this Drake, because if they did, that would mean that they are still closer to maybe get it done soul-wise. But yeah, unfortunately for them, not available right now. They had to give it up, and that will hurt them a lot. But still, Jiller is so fat right now. He will definitely be happy with what is happening.
Yeah, the overstep from the side of back to the game. They were looking for a potential dive, just basically didn't expect UFO to be here as quick as he appeared on their screen. And the shutdown coming right into the pocket of Jiller. Right now, 6k gold. He's the richest citizen of Summoner's Rift in this match. Being ahead as a Smolder, we wasn't expecting that.
Exactly, and now, even though the beginning was looking very good for Team ESCA Gaming, it kind of feels like now it's really tough for them. They still have Jiller who's fed, but yeah, gold-wise, it's not only Jiller who's fed, it's Salami who's in the very good spot gold-wise. Now they are going for the Zelina. He's tanking a lot, but he's not tanking enough. 1v3 won't be able to save his life. Accorder was able to do everything here, and now, even though ESCA are chasing, and slowly but surely Mazi is going there, the question is, do they have enough time to actually make something work? Because look at that, the ultimate from Jiller is actually decent. And now the question is, can they actually make it happen? Because it looks like they can't. They all fall apart, and that was just a wrong idea.
They tried to turn and it just looked like a good idea, but Mazi was not here. He was somewhere in the middle of the map cleaning the camps, as we can see right now on the replay. A nice try of a respawn from the side of Buffy, but Karma is not the best champion in such scenarios. She cannot just, use a shockwave as Oriana and just turn the tables around. It's a nice streak of kills from the side of back to the game, and they are definitely taking an upper hand in this game. Over 3k gold advantage for them right now.
Yeah, now it just feels like it's way worse for Team ESCA Gaming to try to do something. I mean, yes, they still have Mazi. Yes, Mazi is in the good spot, but it doesn't really matter, because it feels like, okay, it's nice that he's in the good spot, but he won't be able to get any resets because it's just so hard for him, right? Look, he's knocking up Shasky, he's going for the fight versus him, but as you can see, Shasky is just tanky, he's just fine with that.
Yeah, and he didn't re-engage because he didn't need to. If he had an opportunity to do so alongside with Oriana, we would definitely see a turn on this position. But other than that, ESCA acquired 4 Void Grabs and no Rift Herald. As you have mentioned on the draft, I do believe Mazi should focus on these objectives. But since the early advantage didn't last long, they were not allowed to control this side of the map, and we see Shasky driving towards the bot lane, trying to be here to support his teammates and actually making it straight into the tower.
Nice drift. Really, really worked out. And Team ESCA Gaming, I'm not gonna lie, looking kinda lost. The rotation even, it feels like from Buffy is way too late. I mean, he rotated towards top lane, nice, but he could have done it earlier. And if he actually did, that would mean that, yeah, he could have done a lot of good things, maybe even take the tower later on. But yeah, he was not able to do it, and it just feels like right now, right now it feels like ESCA are trying to get back into the game. 2 items for Jiller is definitely one of the points that they were waiting for, but that's not enough, I feel like.
Yeah, it shouldn't be enough for now, but hey, Zeri is just getting stronger and stronger. So does Smolder, so it's going to be interesting who's going to be stronger in the end within the next couple of minutes. But while we are talking about AD carries, I want to make a point about top laners. We've been talking about advantage for the side of Cozy. He got a nice CS lead, he has destroyed the tower, and right now on the side lane, I don't believe anybody would like to take on him.
Absolutely not. And the question is, and the question I would like to ask you in this situation, what are you counting if you're ESCA? What do you want to happen on Summoner's Rift if you're them? Because it feels like they are slowly losing their grip.
Maybe just infinite smolder scaling. Hopefully, we can see his stacks in a little while to be able to evaluate his strength. Okay, 170 something. So he's getting into the point of getting the small elder buff. But in the meantime, on the side lane, Cozy looks unstoppable. They need probably 3 people to stop him.
Yeah, but the question is, are they gonna get Cozy? I know he's 1v something, but still, he's trying to get away. He's trying to do something, and Desalina will be one getting a kill. Finally, I don't feel like Cassante is the best person to get a kill, to be fair. But hey, maybe it's gonna help him versus Fiora.
Maybe, just maybe. He stacked a lot of armor in his equipment, but it just doesn't look like enough to be able to beat Cozy 1v1. He tried really hard to get rid of Buffy, but playing 1v3 on the side lane, it's never an easy job. But these are the opportunities waiting for Team ESCA Gaming to just stall this game a little longer until Karma can get more items, until Smolder can get more items, and probably that's the biggest factor, that's the biggest win con ahead of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And Team ESCA Gaming right now, I mean, it's basically Smolder, and it's all in on Smolder. They really hope that he will be the win factor for them. He's not there yet. He's not in the perfect spot of the game yet, but he does have time. And like you said, Mayutek, infinite scaling is something that works out. And speaking of the champs that scale well, yes, Smolder is one, but can you imagine Smolder with Karma next to him? Then he is scaling well.
And that's the scary part. That's the part that the Back to the Game needs to avoid, basically. I'm assuming that they will go for the third Drake within the 2 minutes. They are definitely looking stronger right now to be able to do so. Maybe with some diversion coming from the side of Cozy, you know, like pushing top lane, trying to get as many people on his side of Summoner's Rift as possible, and allowing Back to the Game to secure an easy Drake, going for a third. Then maybe possibly going for a soul. I know that's not the best soul to be fighting against Smolder and Karma, but still a little something.
Yeah, they will be looking for Buffy right now. Look at that. Buffy 1v3, basically trying to buy himself some time, but unfortunately, playing versus 3 people, it's not gonna be easy. And Cozy, with a Corridor, with Shasku, will make sure that they take this tower.
And that's the lane control coming from the side of Back to the Game. We have Salami on the mid lane, we have Sisyph taking care of top waves, and then just diving bot lane, scaling even more our advantage into the future. Right now, it's like 5k gold in this very minute. That's a strong advantage to have. That's a strong point to be playing with, but we need to pay attention to Smolder right now. He has over 200 stacks, 219 to be precise, which means that he's getting into the sweet spot of getting the small Elder Dragon passive for his abilities, making him way stronger than a minute before.
Yeah, absolutely. And Jiller right now, still 2 items on him, slowly getting towards the third one. That's definitely some good information, but he needs more. He needs something to go this way. 30 seconds towards the next Drake as well, and I feel like the next Drake is gonna be pretty important to see how at least they can maybe make it work on this Drake. Are they just gonna give it up? Are they gonna do the vision around the Baron instead? That's the question. Are Team ESCA Gaming gonna fight for it?
Looks like Back to the Game are fully committing for this Drake. I mean, letting Kozzy on the bot lane, making sure that he has control and vision over this objective, but in the same time, rotating towards Baron Nashor,
Oh.
not allowing Team ESCA Gaming to gain control in this area. Kozzy right now starting the Drake. Probably nobody is going to interrupt him, so that's a free third Drake for the side of Back to the Game.
Yeah, now ESCA, even though they put the vision down, Back to the Game are not going to be losing any time, like you said, because there's always going to be the situation where, yeah, UFO is going to engage on you, but disengage is not going to do anything. He had to waste a flash, so it's a flash for flash. Now Shasky was cap, and actually Shasky could be in some trouble. Nice Freeman Shockwave from Sisyph. Should make sure that Team ESCA Gaming won't go for this fight because it just doesn't look good for them, but apparently they want to go for this fight. They want to fight. Jiller gets a kill, a third one for him, and now Kozzy in the meanwhile, he's just finishing the game up.
I do believe that Shasky misplayed it a little bit. I mean, jumping over the wall, then to just quickly disengage with a flash over, while Sizzing was putting a shockwave onto the three players. Not the best, not the ideal team fight for the side of Back to the Game, but as long as they bought enough time for Kozzy to demolish Inhibitor on the bot lane, they should be fine.
Oh yeah, they absolutely should be, and they are very happy with what happened. Macro-wise, they are looking very, very solid, and even though ESCA got a reset, it felt like it's just not enough for them, especially with UFO going so deep early on, and the Freeman Shockwave doing so much damage early on as well.
If only Shasky was here to season disease, for example, like believe Back to the Game would have won this team fight, but in the end, it's okay since they got the inhib, since they didn't give up the Baron Nashor, they are still in a strong position to play for this objective.
Yeah, now I'm not gonna lie, it's gonna be way tougher for ESCA than it was so far. It just feels like this game is slowly getting out of control. Yes, Gilar still has a lot of stacks, sure, but you need more than stacks in this sort of situation. You need luck. You need, first of all, you need team fights to go your way. And now, when you lost something so precious, like for example, your inhibitor on the bottom side, that's gonna be even tougher, because how does Alina is even supposed to stand versus Kozzy? 2 levels down. Yeah, I mean, that's basically what's gonna happen.
Somebody needs to recall, somebody needs to defend the base, otherwise Desolina will be in some problems right now, using the loud, trying to go for it, but hey, you're basically Fiora, mate.
I'm not sure why he did this. Like, it doesn't end any other way. You know it's gonna happen. You're 2 levels down. 1 power shot is not gonna change a thing, and that forces ESCA to just give up this this Baron Nashor. That's really not the greatest information. Jiller would love probably to do something, but he won't be able to do a thing. It's a free Baron Nashor for all 5 of Back to the Game players.
And Back to the Game players are not going to go already right now to chase the enemies. I was looking for the bot wave, an opportunity for Kozzy to TP here and trying to do a little backdoor, but it's not going to happen. They are just going to take it slow with disadvantage, with Baron Nashor, with Fiora on the side lane. This game is almost won. They just need to do a little step by step to finish it off.
Yeah. Just make sure that they are in the good position, and like I said, this Velvet got 2 kills in the first 3 minutes of the game, but since then, nothing is going her way. She's not able to get anything done for her team. Some assists are nice, but it's just not enough to get your team through the board, to get your team into the win column. It looks like ESCA are about to finish the season with 113 scoreboard. Not looking good. Definitely not.
Yeah, they will try once again in this fight. They will try to defend and fight and do something to stall in this game, but it's just so hard against Fiora with 2 heavy minions pushing your top side and then collapsing onto your mid lane. It looks like indefendable position for ESCA.
Yeah, I mean, they are just trying to buy some time, but they don't even want to fight. But they will finally need to look at bot wave. Bot wave is pushing in. They are currently in the spot where sooner or later they will have to fight. Maybe they don't want to fight. I respect that, but they will have to. They will be forced to. Someone has to catch up the bot wave, and that's gonna be an issue. Cozy, he just doesn't care. He's just going for the end straight up. He's just literally pushing the wave, not caring whatsoever. Meanwhile, back to the game, they are having a fight meanwhile, and that's looking just funny for them. It's looking like it's working out, and look at that, nice damage. Muzzy is basically dead, and now he will be. And now ESCA are just out of position, not able to do the thing. Back to the game, completely humiliating Team ESCA Gaming and making sure they will win.
Cozy double, Salami triple, and Team ESCA Gaming getting a full ace in the end, securing the third place like it wasn't secured yesterday. A really flawless performance from their side. Maybe some ups and downs in the early game, for example, like the bot lane fight didn't go as planned, but in the end, it didn't matter. When you have Cozy on the side, when you have Salami on Zeri, things are just going right.
It just went absolutely perfect, and we are not gonna stall this even longer. We have the interview ready, and we have an interview with Shasku. I mean, how does it feel to play as good as you did just in this game? Because it looked like you had everything under control. Maybe a little bump in the road at the beginning, but overall you played really solid.
Yeah, hello. And I think like the game went with our plan. Everything like went fine except to the bot fight when we died like 1-4-3. We thought we win and we just went for the fight, fist fight.
Yeah.
Hello, Shasku. Congratulations on the win. Congratulations to the legend of second division of Ultraliga. Long time no see, my friend. I was expecting some really hot picks in the draft. I was expecting you guys of having a little bit more fun in the last game. Tell me, please tell me, was it the coaching staff that didn't allow you to do so, or you just wanted to have one more practice game?
I mean, for sure we wanted to win this game. Like, don't like do some random stuff. But there was one pick. I don't want to say it because maybe it's gonna happen in the playoffs. But we were like calling to our top laner that it's time. I was calling to the top laner that it was time, but they all were like, no, just go normal, just win it.
And maybe the time will come in the playoffs because you have secured the place. You will be playing at least one best of 5, but you don't know against who yet. Who are you cheering for in the next match?
I'm cheering for Belit and hope I'm gonna do the rematch versus him.
And hopefully it is gonna happen. I mean, it definitely looked good. And final question for me with regular season from Ultraliga being done. How are you feeling actually? Because obviously it was your overall debut on our Polish Ultraliga, and how are you feeling about your performance so far?
Like as I said on the Twitter, for me everything below third place was like really bad. So I'm fine with me doing it, and I hope we prove we can even win to the finals, get to the finals.
Okay.
I
Makes
do
sense.
believe that a lot of people are cheering for you. A lot of people are cheering for back to the game, not only in the regular season, but in the playoffs. We will be seeing each other in the best of 5, I do believe. But right now, since this game has ended and this interview is sadly coming to an end, I'm handing you the shoutout session.
Okay, so I just want to thanks like everyone from the B2 staff and everyone from Second Ultraliga.
Second Ultraliga sends their regards. Thank you very much, Shasku. Congratulations on the win and best of luck in upcoming playoffs. See ya there.
See ya.
Okay. Perfect. We are able to hear some thoughts from Shasky, and obviously very good to hear from him. First time, I believe, he's on the English Ultraliga broadcast. So yeah, definitely fun. And obviously, we have some games to go and definitely a banger game to go because the next one is gonna be super important one. Devils.one versus Back to the Game versus Maturalny Forsaken. Sorry, Back to the Game are already in the playoffs. This game is for playoffs. You cannot miss it.
So get ready, guys. Grab your snacks, grab your soda, and make this a little short break, a time for you to prepare for real banger.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.
Yeah, are you entertained? All these stacks, all these racks, all these bitter games. No, you don't really want that, you should've thought again. Cause this is how we gon' react. You can find me on the front line, drilling with a rap. To my head to bring the flames, make you lift up like the rapture. That fury in the blaze, say you feeling like you captured, you wanna stay. She ain't never going back, yup, flips it backwards. Pop the windshield, your head by. Go to sleep, bed rock, what a scene. Another lead and another lead. On me coming in cause of me. Hold the metal right in front of me. Couldn't care less of your company, what is it gonna be? No suppression, no one to cover me. Red dot, painted all over your head top. This is the feeling you can't deny. Enemy gonna see red eye. Once you pop it, the fun, no way can't stop. Pull it back, then it bust at the same time. Sound shots over your head top. Bang out and let it ring out like a bell shout. Oh, yeah, you know the feeling. That's that ace slide, that one and only feeling. Feeling like a space god. My lawn, it's on your ceiling. How long you can survive depends on your decision. Show the listen. Yeah, you know the feeling. That's that ace slide, that one and only feeling. Feeling like a space god. My lawn, it's on your ceiling. How long you can survive depends on your decision. Shout it, listen. Yeah, that's that attitude. That's that attitude. Find me on the front line. That's that attitude. Watch me multiply my dreams like your daddy do. What's that? Hey, we are not the same. See where the knock is spray. Messing my never get locked away. Time to begin all I got to say. Forget the philosophy. I'm betting that you got a lot to say. Came with the AO, got the cake. Mess around, of course, consequences. Check the sound, I better knock you senses. Ain't no winning, they're coming against us. Every hit is someone on the hit list. There's a vision, that's all of a witness. So I'm hoping that you know the difference. Know that there's only relentless with a whole wave on the hinges. Slow pain with them stitches. More things and prescriptions. Short flames with the sickness. And this whole game's no quick fix. Want me no running away. Many wonder what the world gonna say. Hey, no cab for that party. I guess we always on the way. Yeah, that's that attitude. That's that attitude. Find me on the front line. That's that attitude. Watch me multiply my dreams like the daddy do. Yeah, that's that attitude. Yeah, that's that attitude. Find me on the front line. That's that attitude. Watch me multiply my dreams like the daddy do. Oh, yeah, you know the feeling. That's that ace slide, that one and only feeling. Feeling like a space god. My lawn, it's on your ceiling. How long you can survive depends on your decision. Shout it, listen. Yeah, you know the feeling. That's that ace slide, that one and only feeling. Feeling like a space god. My lawn, it's on your ceiling. How long you can survive depends on your decision. Shout it, listen.
I'm in LA at the party. Me and your girl, we getting naughty. I took a drink, she took a drink. We on a level. What you think? She acting bad, smoking loud. I'm pouring this Hennessy down her mouth. This the life, summertime. She posted been back at your house, but tell me why she still at mine though. Probably cause I just got that new condo. Probably cause I live a life that you can't never find, bro. I've been getting money since before I left high school. Now she with me and you mad cause it's not you. I shoot all my money come in duffel bags, yeah. Hit the mall and drop a couple racks, yeah. She said she want a real one, yeah, yeah. I guess I'm a real one, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. In the street, switching lanes. Your girl is mine. She my bait. She acting bad. What you drink? We on the level. What you think? She acting bad, smoking loud. I'm pouring this Hennessy down her mouth. This the life, summertime. She posted been back at your house, but tell me why she still at mine though. Probably cause I just got that new condo. Probably cause I live a life that you can't never find, bro. I've been getting money since before I left high school. Now she with me and you mad cause it's not you. All my money come in duffel bags, yeah. Hit the mall and drop a couple racks, yeah. She said she want a real one, yeah, yeah. I guess I'm a real one, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. I know she loved me. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Never leave me lonely. No, no, no. Why your old man hating for? Whoa, whoa. He was so lame, you had to go. Whoa, whoa, cause all my money come in duffel bags, yeah. Hit the mall and drop a couple racks, yeah. She said she want a real one, yeah, yeah. I guess I'm a real one, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, you can't stop me. You can't stop me. No, you can't stop me. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Hello, everyone. I believe that you took the break, as I told you so, to get ready for this match of the week, for this match of the season, possibly for the match of do or die, or of be or not to be in the playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, ahead of us is Devils 1 against Forsaken, the matchup that will define the fourth place of playoffs.
Yeah, the most important game of the evening by far. Like, this is literally where dreams are crushed. Someone will cry from happiness, someone will cry because it didn't work out. That's literally how it's done. Unfortunately, because I wish I could have seen both Maturalny Forsaken and Devils 1 in the playoffs. I wish we had six seats, like six slots available, not only four. But it is what it is. With four only being available, it definitely makes it more entertaining, more bloody, more, I would say, even harder to play versus such a team, to play versus each other, to be in this sort of situation. It just feels like yeah, definitely interesting to see, and I feel like it's just gonna be super interesting to see what is gonna happen in this sort of situation.
Yeah, for both of those teams playing the whole season, trying their best, fighting against Back to the Game, Iron Wolves, and Gripchocraft. And as we have just recently seen from the side of Devils 1, also fighting against Orbit Anonymo and winning this matchup. This is the most exciting event happening in yesterday's broadcast. We won't see such a surprise today because even though many experts voted for Forsaken today, I do believe that this matchup is closer as it is closer than it looks.
Absolutely. I feel like if we had to choose, it's 50-50. Like, it's very hard to say who is going to be a winner in this one. I wouldn't like if I was completely honest, it's very hard to even say who is the favorite in this one. Like, if you had to pick for you, Majutek, who is the favorite in your opinion?
I picked Devils 1, but my opinion is based mostly on yesterday's performance. I mean, winning against Orbit Anonymo is one thing, but winning in such a style, having the game on full control from the second or third minute of the game, life, that's when the disaster for Orbit Anonymo started, and Devils 1 played it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be very tough. It's gonna be very tough for both of the teams. I feel like the pressure is on them. The pressure is on them, and it just feels like it's gonna be very rough for both of the teams. If I was there, I'm stressing for them even casting right now. I can't imagine what it's like to beat them, because when yesterday when we were talking about the game that I had with as Devils 1 versus Kick, it was a completely different story, because when we won the game with Kick, with common friends later on, we played versus Team ESCA Gaming at the finish of the season. But then we knew that we are already in the playoffs, so there was no stress. It was basically the game for nothing. We lost in 40 something minutes. It was just fun. Everyone just had fun, and yeah, it was just entertaining to see. Here, it's literally the last game of the season, and someone is gonna lose. We don't have draws in League of Legends. If we had, probably that would have been the like a spot for a draw, because I mean it's a risky one. It's a risky one because it's so tough to even say who is gonna be the favorite in this one. Like I said, I'm just stressing even thinking about it.
And also, there are so many layers to this rivalization. For example, like Ravbin and Wittmann playing in Devils 1 no longer than a half of a year ago in the second division, fighting in the promotion tournament, trying to fight they were through to the first division, but they didn't succeed. Then I mean, lucky situation for them. They were drafted for the first division because some of the other teams just couldn't play, couldn't make it. So lucky for them, but they didn't join the devils.one ranks. They switched the team to Forsaken. So right now, Ravbin and Whitman playing against their previous org, fully redo org. I should put it this way, because we didn't see any of those players playing in the second division last split.
Yeah, and honestly, we have a lot of, I would say, a mix of experience with a talent in this case. Definitely, it just feels like a lot of experience and talent is there. For example, looking at devils.one, we have Krisha, we have Trafi. Even though Trafi is only debuting, he's already a very experienced player because he played in a lot of different ERLs. So yeah, for me personally, he is very experienced. Looking at Forsaken's, the same thing. Ariana, yes, he's a young talent, but he's still also very, very experienced. Maybe I will talk about it in a second, because we have a second game of Smolder, and this game of Smolder actually matters. So yeah, it's even more interesting to see.
Yeah, this game of Smolder, second time in a row, will be the decider for both of those teams, and Forsaken already with a prepared response for it. Senna paired with Nautilus. We've seen Wittmann playing Senna. We've seen Wittmann doing pentakills with Senna. So that's also a factor to add to the discussion. devils.one completes the bot lane with a Rakan, also a classic pick for Trafi.
And I just feel like it could work out the same way like it was supposed to work out Senna Rakan. Like you just use your Q all the time, and Smolder is just having free time to scale up into the later stages of the game. Obviously, this Wukong pick is very interesting. I mean, we know that Krisha likes to play carry junglers, but that's the case. Wukong is basically online since level 6, and I feel like it just feels like, yeah, it's just gonna take him some time to get into this level.
As I'm thinking about this pick, I do feel that Wukong might work or might not work. It depends on the solo lanes, and devils.one are deciding to leave the solo lanes for the second side of the draft for last picks, definitely. Right now we are heading into the bans, but I just want to point out that we once again will be seeing Viego, and matchup Viego against Wukong. It's really I'm missing the word. It's really exciting, even before and after the level 6, because both of those champions are highly focused on early skirmish. Mostly after 6, but still we might see some fighting, for example, for a Scuttlecraft.
Yeah, and I feel like everything can happen in this game. It's just gonna be so interesting to see how they navigate around what will be going on, and yeah, I can't wait to see what is gonna happen. I'm already like stressing out. I can feel my hands a little bit shaking. I feel kind of like when I was a coach. It's kind of similar, because speaking of coaches, we have Kruchy, Vakot, and Vanguard versus Valuta and Mystic Yikes. So for me personally, one of the team of the coaches is gonna be absolutely devastated after today. That's the truth. Someone is gonna be devastated, and I feel like I don't even know who is gonna be. That's the most stressful things. Imagine if you play the game for being in the playoffs and you lose like in 40 something minutes. That's probably the most heartbreaking ways to lose probably this sort of game.
Even worse, if it would happen on like a Nashor or Elder Flip, that would be so painful. But yeah, I want to point out some interesting bans coming from the side of Forsaken, banning Israel and Zaya, even though Smolder is already locked in. Are they expecting Smolder to be played on mid lane?
I mean, it could. I mean, we need to remember, Modlishka, I think he played it on his solo queue. Plus, we know that Smolder can be played on the mid lane as well. So a lot of weird things can happen being played here. So yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Maybe Antonio had a hidden account. We don't know. Maybe Forsaken are not prepared for that. We don't know yet.
But we do know that Ravbin will be playing Oriana in this scenario, pairing with Diego, with Nautilus, with a lot of champions that will be going forward. Makes a lot of sense, mostly focusing on the team fights, mostly focusing on getting the first elimination and the first reset for Diego, while devils.one are just calmly responding with Malphite on the top lane.
Yeah, maybe Fizz is the answer. Just straight up go Fizz. That makes sense. devils.one. That's a devils.one draft if I've seen one. We have Way for Modlishka, so a comfort pick for him. Antonio with Malphite as well, a good pick for them. Definitely a lot of possibilities to play around that. For me, it feels like definitely a team fight draft from devils.one. They will be focused on playing the team fights with Way, with Malphite, with Rakan. On the other hand, Forsaken, they need the leads from this game early. They need to lead in early, because if they won't lead in early, then it's gonna be only harder.
But picking Malphite here was also a little bit dangerous, mostly because of the Gwen possible counter. As we see right now, Ariana going for this pick will be leading the not only, I mean, not specifically early trades, but later in the game, Gwen might be unstoppable. Even though Wukong might just come here and visit top lane, just putting the fog and being untouchable from the side of many knockups will be a tough one to break.
Yeah, and I mean to my understanding at least, it feels like, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I'm worried about my predictions looking at this draft straight up, because it just feels like it should be devils.one winning this one. And yeah, just looking straight up at the draft wise, it feels like, yeah, it makes a lot of sense for them to win. But we cannot underestimate Forsaken. We know what they can do. We know how good they can play, and maybe they will show it in this game.
A battle for playoffs begins right now, everybody, as those players are leaving the base and heading towards the middle of the map, covering the sides, covering the paths for the enemy team, not allowing them to put any word to get any early advantage in the first minute of the game.
Yeah, and devils.one, I mean, now it's gonna be like, I can feel the players are definitely stressing, and what they are playing for. They are playing exactly for what you can see right now on the screen, to play possibly on this land 23rd of March. Possibly, that's a good word, because if you lose, you don't have this chance. If you win, you're still in the game. You're still maybe in the spot to do something big, and we will see if that's gonna be this devils.one with a very unexperienced roster overall. To make it there, that would be huge, absolutely huge. And for Forsaken to make it there, I feel like it's also something that they are definitely aiming for. Rookie coach, I would say, in terms of the first ERLs, obviously, speaking of Valuta. And yeah, devils.one, they are gonna be feeling the pressure of this moment. Same could be said for Forsaken, but we are in for a treat.
Speaking about organizations, devils.one is a team with a really big history made here in the first division of Ultraliga. I mean, early seasons of this project, early seasons of Ultraliga were determined by the performance of devils.one team. Later on, we've seen Kick, we've seen Agorok, we've seen other teams fighting for the spots, but back in the times, devils.one were the main contender to win and to fight in playoffs.
Absolutely, and I feel like it could be a big success for them to make it there. I mean, we need to, because people tend to forget they weren't even supposed to be here. By the way,
yep,
they weren't even supposed to be in the first Ultraliga, and to make it there, that would have been something absolutely phenomenal. And yeah, a great story, absolutely great story.
Nobody is taking losing this match as an option. Everybody from the side of players here on the Summoner's Rift want only one thing: to win and to have a moment of relief. Yeah, we did it. We've been
Exactly.
fighting for so long, and we finally did it.
Yeah, that's exactly what they will be looking for. Krisha slowly making the puffing happen in bot side to top side, obviously. But with Wukong, it doesn't really matter that much. Bad trade from Trafi, he needs to be careful. Charisma does have his Ignite always available, so yeah, that's gonna be a nightmare to play versus this Nautilus. He's gonna be definitely in a lot of good spot for himself. And Forsaken, I mean, they must be feeling the pressure of this moment as well, especially because how close they were to winning some of the games and how they threw them, right? They feel like they should already be having 7, 8 wins, not be at 6 right now. They feel like they should already be guaranteeing the playoffs, and unfortunately they are not, and they are far from being there.
Yeah, they are exactly one game away. They could have secured this spot, as you have just said, in some matches that they dropped, in some matches that they were inconsistent. Once in the early game, sometimes in the later stages of the game, team fights not going the way they were intended to go. But right now, they need to forget about the mistakes. They need to forget about losses. They need to focus only on what they have learned, what they have achieved during the last 2 months of playing in Ultraliga.
Yeah, and let's see if there will be anything available to do at the top side. I mean, Malphite is still level 5, so there is always a possibility to try to catch him off guard, but even though he is level 5, we need to remember he's Malphite. So he is super tanky, always able to flash backwards, and it's only Viego, so it doesn't feel like there is much Ariana with Bellet can do. It kind of feels like even Bellet is wasting time here, because I feel like if, yeah, they woke up, he can just flash backwards, no?
Yeah, they probably were hoping for the flash to go as fast as possible because Belit is disengaging and Ariana is trying to freeze this wave as we see right now. He's already after a cheater recall after pushing the big wave under the tower of Haster, so he needs to TP immediately and focus on this side of the map while the rest of the team being led by Krisha towards the Drake are securing the first neutral objective.
I'm not gonna lie, it feels like Forsaken, like we said during the pre-game situation, during the draft situation, feels like they are gonna be going straight up for early leads. And Modlishka, speaking of this guy, I mean, he will be going, at least it looks like, for his special. So I guess it's gonna be Imperial Mandate into Morello once again. At least looking at how he's building right now, it feels like he will be doing this way.
If I remember correctly, we had a segment of Modlishka talking about this item choice, so he's well known for it. Let's see if he can make it any use one more time. Not last time, because winning this match will allow one of the teams to be playing in playoffs, so maybe we will see a little bit of more of Imperial Mandate. But in this match, interesting choice, allowing more and more damage coming from the side of Smolder and Wukong.
Yeah, and it just feels like right now, devils.one, I mean, 6 minutes into the game, 0 kills, we can feel how these teams play. If this was Orbit Anonymo, we would be already at the 10 kills mark, probably, because like with what is happening. But devils.one, they know the pressure is huge. They know what they need to do, and Trafi slowly about to hit level 5 as well, making sure that he can get there. And yeah, basically so far looking good for both of the teams, but Haster, he's being punished a little bit on top lane with the wave being played in towards Ariana. Ariana knows what he's doing. He's definitely ahead right now. Krisha needs to be careful, but Smart decides to walk into the left, blocking the Spectral Maw from Bellet to make sure that even if the Spectral Maw hits the Raptors, he's gonna be safe, not stunned. So yeah, definitely good job by Krisha. He wants to avoid Bellet for how long it is possible until he hits level 6. And then when he hits level 6, he can definitely try to fight, because I feel like the power spike for him is just way stronger than it is for Bellet.
Everybody is just trying to play it slow, not trying to skill check your opponent as much as possible, not risking any unfortunate trades, just doing as the coach said, just scaling, just waiting for those power
Oh,
spikes.
come on, Haster.
Oh,
You're supposed to hit that.
I missed some creeps here, yeah.
Yeah, now he's 20. I mean, obviously not because of this wave, but he's 25 CS behind. That's rough. I mean, I'm not gonna lie, that's painful to see. Because he's not gonna be at that spot yet, because he's obviously building full magic resistance. But when he, like, Gwen, obviously, sooner or later, is gonna be in that spot where this magic resistance won't matter at all. She will be just happy with what is happening right now. And this whole lead that is right here, I mean, we can see the rest of the lanes are even. Jungle is pretty much even, mid lane is even, bot lane is even, but top lane gives 1000 gold advantage straight up towards Orianna.
I mean, Haster in the end will be the main engage source, will be the enabler for other players to just go in and do their job. But being so much behind within the first minutes of the game is just painful for him and will definitely slow him down. Unless Krisha finds a way to gank top lane, yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah, exactly. And Haster right now, he will be pushing the wave into Orianna, and playing Malphite versus Gwen could be a annoying thing as well. You want to ult Gwen, sure, but when she pops her W, it's not that easy. And yeah, playing Malphite, full resistance Malphite, also not cool because you don't do as much damage as you would like to. So yeah, definitely not fun. And we can see that Forsaken, they put a lot of vision towards pretty much all of them up. They know that it's important to have the vision advantage, especially playing Nautilus with Orianna. You can catch someone off guard pretty easily. And even now they know that Trafi and Antonio both went to base.
And we can see Charisma is already allowed to be roaming on the map. Sticking to the bot side, obviously. You don't want to leave Senna alone on the bot lane, even though she's playing against Smolder. There is still a small chance that Krisha and Trafi will just jump out of the bush, out of the fog of war, and try to knock her up as Haster just knocks the ground up while disengaging the fight. I don't think it was necessarily, but definitely he knows better.
Yeah, and now it looks bad for devils.one. Caught off guard, all of them are. The reset for Ballet is huge, and now it looks perfect. Nice kill for Krisha. They need a little bit more. They need a kill on Charisma, but they won't be able to do it. Antonio is there. Flash from Krisha won't save his life, and it looks like it's looking perfect for Forsaken. 3 kills for them.
Yeah, that's a huge win for them. If Bellit was here, they would be already doing Drake, but they will leave it for later. The most important thing is that they are getting ahead in the mid lane, in the bot lane with those kills. And even though Haster tried to punish Orianna for staying too long on the top lane, it didn't hurt him badly. I mean, he doesn't have a TP, so he probably will stay, but with Haster so low on mana and without ultimate, he's not a danger anymore.
Yeah, absolutely not. And now Trafi, he would love to engage, but no ultimate available. He won't be able to do it. And I'm curious to see if... Okay, maybe we'll talk about it in a second because we have a replay of this fight. What went wrong, Mayotek, for devils.one?
I do believe that devils.one basically wasn't paying much attention to the Whitman position because Senna was just hitting freely the entire time. Huge ultimate made a difference also with the shield, keeping Charisma alive, only Bellit being the only sacrifice in this fight. But a beautiful, beautiful setup for AD carry of Forsaken, allowing him to hit freely during the whole fight.
I agree, and Whitman being in this sort of spot is gonna be doing a lot of the work, that's for sure. And it feels like it's gonna be looking good for Forsaken the next few minutes, going for Void Grab as well. And even though devils.one are gonna be hitting their power spikes a little bit faster, because obviously Modlishka slowly building towards this Imperial Mandate, it's a cheaper item, but he will get there. This will allow them to at least keep an even fight for a minute, but then when they fall off, if they fall off again, that's gonna be painful.
Yeah, Hui is definitely a champion that can hold them strong in the mid game, alongside with Wukong, spiking really strong on the first item. Some really nice dynamic fights are still a possibility for devils.one, but when the game will progress more and more, we will be mostly focusing on those AD carries, stacking infinitely.
Yeah, absolutely, Modlishka. I mean, now Krisha showed himself a little bit early. Ultimate from Modlishka will force the flash from Ravbin. That's a nice find, but they need a little bit more than that. Yes, flash from Ravbin is huge, but we know from yesterday, this guy can even use a 4-man shockwave without a flash.
Yep, Raf been really experienced on control mages, especially. I do remember him playing a lot of Orianna, a lot of Azir on the second division, and as we can see, he's doing the same way in the first Ultraliga once again, making a great opportunity for his team to go for this kill.
Absolutely, it looked perfect basically for Forsaken. I mean, they like to play with global ultimates. They like to try to use it, and it's working out to their advantages right now. And it just looks perfect for them to see them play in this sort of fashion. But Forsaken, I mean, that's the question: are they gonna be able to keep it up? The lead so far is theirs. 3k for them, that's nice, but like I said, they will have to keep it because this Wukong hit his power spike. Modlishka is also on his power spikes. Antonio, no, not quite yet. I wouldn't say that Smolder on one item is doing the work. You need a little bit more than that, but definitely they do have some tools that can try to work out for them.
Yeah, but Forsaken working with such a high pace they are presenting us right now, if they are going just to escalate that, it's going to be really hard for devils.one to defend. As we can see right now, Charisma is constantly looking for opportunities to land the hook, making a pressure. Ravbin has his shockwave up already, which means they could look for a fight for the Herald, but right now they are just going to focus on the mid lane, just going to focus on some easy eliminations. As Trafi, still holding his flash, wasn't able to get out of the situation.
Yeah, absolutely not, but that's very, very sad that he had to give this up, and look at that. That's a very bad recall for Trafi. He would love to have his redemption up, but he is still too far behind to do so. This death, it's gonna cost him a lot. It's gonna cost him really, really a lot, and it feels like devils.one are just gonna be put in the spot where they will have to give up the next Drake. They will have to give up the next Drake, maybe even the next one, and then when Trafi has redemption, then when Antonio is on 3 item, then when Modlishka is on 2.5 items, then maybe they want to fight. Maybe then they want to pull the trigger.
Feels like it wasn't necessary from the side of Trafi. I mean, he's checking the bush and trying to check what is going on around the Rift Herald. Yeah, Forsaken had a control ward over here, and Trafi basically didn't see what's ahead of him, but I do believe like he should have just give it up. Wait with his team, allow Antonio to get more and more resources from the mid lane or from the camps. Definitely give up the next Drake, because it looks like they are just not ready to be taking on Forsaken in the current state. So small mistake from Trafi. He finally completes the redemption, so it might come in handy for the next fight. But Forsaken are not wasting a single minute getting the second Drake already.
Absolutely not, and now Forsaken, they know what's up. They know how ahead they are. So yes, it's a good thing that they were able to get the second Drake, but devils.one are like, okay, fine, take it. We cannot fight for it right now. They just finished the redemption on Trafi, which we know how can be crucial in a lot of team fights that were happening. It was very good for them. And now Modlishka with the flank, it could actually work out for them. Bellet, a little bit caught off guard, but yeah, they won't be able to do anything else. This TP, this rotation, it could cost them a lot.
Yeah, TP being used by Haster, leaving top lane unguarded. Right now, Antonio ulting the wave on mid lane. I mean, devils.one are trying every trick in their book to just stall this game, to just acquire as many resources as possible, to respond to what Forsaken are doing, but looks like they are still losing on the map. Just look at the top lane. Ariana will be getting this tower.
Yeah, feels like they are desperate. It looks like they are desperate to try to keep it alive, but yeah, losing the first tower is gonna hit them a lot. But they are still not in the worst spot right now. Huster, you must give it to Huster. He had some issues, but he didn't die during the laning phase. He was able to get into the comfortable spot, and now he's on the first item. He's already very, very tanky, and he will be building towards the second and the third item as well. So I feel like devils.one, as long as they keep the lead at maximum of 4.5 thousand towards Forsaken, I feel like they are good. But if this lead actually crosses that, I feel like it could very easy snowball out of control for devils.one right now.
And looks like it's just starting to do the cross, Kasper, because the second tower has fallen, and right now the main focus will be on the middle lane, on the middle of the map. Forsaken should be grouping here and looking for a possible pickup with Viego, with Nautilus, with Orianna. It doesn't look like the hardest task to do so. Wittmann already making himself comfortable on the middle lane, getting those waves, getting control over the lane, and just looking, scoping with his ultimate for the strong sides of Forsaken, especially Gwen with already finished first item and looking toward the second.
What I would love to see from devils.one is to give up this next Drake that is gonna be on 2 minutes. Make sure you put some vision towards the Baron Nashers and then take the tower on top lane. That's gonna give you a very needed gold that you that you need to have right now. I mean, you need this gold. You desperately need it, and I feel like Trophy, yes, forced to use an ultimate, but he could be forced to use a flash, and he will be. Not only that, he could be just dead, and Trophy not having a best day today.
Oh yeah, Trophy definitely lost on the map for the next time. We've seen it once, now it's the second time he's not taking control of his movement, allowing Forsaken to not only get rid of the first, but to hit the second tower.
Yeah, definitely there is a possibility of that. It will hit the second tower, but like I said, the line was just crossed. 5k for Forsaken is more than what they need right now. They are very happy for this happening, and without Trophy, they cannot even think of engaging versus Forsaken. They need to give up the next Drake in 90 seconds, put the vision down, make sure you at least get this tower. That's gonna give you much needed gold that you need to have for those sort of players, and then maybe you can fight. Otherwise, it's just not gonna be possible, not gonna be even close.
I mean, it's just so strange looking at Krisha picking Wukong, one of his carry jungler champions, and basically I don't feel like he's been online in this game. One elimination, one death. That's all he could provide for the team. Being slightly just a little bit behind of Belit, he's currently leading because his team just allows him to go in, get the red buff, but maybe they made one step too far.
Maybe, but Ravben is kinda safe. They used an ultimate on Antonio, so yeah, already the ultimate used. Obviously the cooldown is not gonna be that big, so it's not that big of a deal as well, but yeah, 5.5k advantage for Forsaken right now. They are making sure that they will be in a comfortable spot right now, and even though Krisha, yes, he is kind of strong, he's not as strong as he would like to be. He is far, far away from big at that point of the game, and unfortunately for them, it kind of feels like this game is just running away. They won yesterday, which is definitely a good thing, but today is a different story.
It just looks like they used all of their power for the yesterday's match, and yes, that's a big achievement, beating Orbit Anonymo, but it won't be enough for the playoffs right now. Krisha using the Cyclone, but missing all the way.
Nice slow, by the way, from Orianna, just making sure that he is able to get out of there. Definitely looked good, and yeah, that's absolutely huge. And now, I mean, devils.one still trying to maybe hold their grip around this game, but it's not working out. They gave out the third Drake, which they had to, but they didn't take the tower in exchange. They are still so far behind. 6k gold right now. It feels like slowly but surely they are bleeding out.
Because the devils.one are not making any moves, any attacks. They are just waiting. They are just trying to consolidate this game, while Forsaken are constantly pushing, constantly looking for an opportunity for the single elimination, for the single jungle camp, to just go with the lead they already have and try to escalate it even further.
Yeah, and if you're a devils.one fan, you are definitely not happy right now. If you're Forsaken fan, though, you are definitely waiting for this game to finish because you can feel how comfortable you are feeling right now. We are back into the casters. Hello,
Hello,
ladies and
guys.
gentlemen. Oh, yeah, that's the one that we are looking for.
Yeah, hello guys. Looks like a small pause has occurred on the game. I hope that's nothing to worry about. It's just some technical issues. So we will be joining this game shortly. And I hope that this pause will allow devils.one to think their way through, talk this through. Guys, what are we going to do with this game basically slipping out of our hands and Forsaken taking full control over every lane?
Yeah, it just feels like devils.one. We can feel it that they are stalling. They are trying to stall the game as much as possible, but it's just not as easy to do, right? It's just not. It's easier said than done, and it's just so tough to see that from their point of view. Like I said at the beginning of the game, they want to scale, and Forsaken want to do some moves, and they are definitely making some moves happen.
Yeah, basically playing as a Senna means that you will be scaling. You will be waiting for a power spike of 2, maybe 3 items, going for 100 souls or so. But we can see Wittmann basically doesn't care about it. He just wants to go for every fight alongside with Nautilus. Charisma using his hooks left and right. Ravbin being in pretty much every situation on the map possible, making sure that he's in range to use his shockwave. Everything from the side of Forsaken looks well organized, while we are looking at devils.one and we barely see any action, so it's hard to judge what's going on. How are the voice comms? Do they have a plan, or actually what's going on?
I'm not quite sure. I'm not quite sure what is going on. I'm gonna be honest with you. Plus, my camera just froze from what I can see. So, yeah, I'm gonna have to fix this one real quick. I'm not sure what happened with that one, but yeah. So far, not looking good. At least not for me. I don't like my camera being frozen.
Especially while we are on the screen with cameras. Yeah, that would be a problem, but don't worry, you still have some time to fix it. I'm getting signals that we are still waiting for this pause to go off. Players are fighting with some technical issues. While we are waiting, I would love to go and take a look on the previous matchup of those two teams. But we do not have the time to do so. We are back on the Rift.
Faster.
Yeah, 2 easy eliminations right off the hook, right on the engage. Forsaken are getting not only 2 eliminations, they are also going to get Baron Nashor out of it, and nearly a 10k lead will be for them shortly. It just looked like a controlled stomp from the side of Forsaken.
Yeah, it looks like it's way too late right now for devils.one. They need some more of a time, and yeah, unfortunately, it's just not meant to be. Nice engage, but ultimate from Huster misses, and that's a crucial one. If they were able to hit the ultimate, maybe then that would buy them a little bit more time. But Forsaken are just way too strong right now, and yeah, it's basically, it looks like it's game over right now.
Yeah, I wasn't expecting the match of the week, the fight for the playoffs to look like this, especially after yesterday's performance of devils.one. I was hoping that they will be a much more of an exciting fight, but it just looks like devils.one used all of their power yesterday, and Forsaken prepared really hard for this one. Not only speaking about the draft, because I don't feel like it's a draft issue. Right now, it's a decision-making issue, and decision of
Oh
going
my
onto
god.
Ariana, I don't think so. Maybe as a full team, yes, it will work out.
Oh
But
my
at what
god.
cost?
Yeah, he almost actually outplayed it. That's insane. And what they will have to give up in exchange, it looked like definitely one inhibitor, maybe even two, because Senna is taking care of the mid lane tower. What do they get in exchange? Will they even get something in exchange? Because it looks like it's only the life of Gwen. It's something, but it's just not enough.
Yeah, but killing 0-0-0 Gwen, investing the presence of all 5 players towards the top lane and losing inhibitor on bot and the tower on the middle, it looks like too expensive for them to go for this price. Right now, the lead is somewhere around 10k. I strongly doubt that in this scenario it is comebackable.
Yeah, it feels like it's kind of over. I'm not gonna lie, it just feels like 10k is maybe you can come back if you have a scaled up late game champion like Kale, Gangplank, someone who can do a lot in the late game, but not with this sort of team comp. Yes, Antonio is in the good spot. Yes, he is almost 300 CS, but it's not enough. And Smolder so far in the Polish Ultraliga is not working out. He lost once. He's about to lose twice, and yeah, maybe he's not as strong as people think.
I mean, once again, Smolder without that many deaths. Once again, Smolder maybe popping off in this fight. Okay, that's one elimination for devils.one.
Yeah, and at least they were able to take Edge of Night out of Whitman. That's a good information. And plus, it's also a Drake to pick up for devils.one. They need to go for this Drake. Obviously, Modlishka is going to recall because he does have a TP up. So Modlishka recalls, and then maybe they can do something. He didn't even recall because, unfortunately, there's a lot... Yeah, a huge wave coming into the tower. It looks like they are tipping into the base. Oh my god, Ravbin, are you really doing that? It's a TP for TP, and okay, it was just a bait for Ravbin to get into the backline, and now they got a Hextech Soul, so no one cares what happens next, because Hextech Soul should be able to get them the W. Plus, look what's happening on the base.
I saw that DrBrilmann was going to go for the Nexus and even sacrifice his life while doing so, while pushing, but then he decided to take the portal and just spawned in between of 3 players of devils.one, sacrificing his life one way or another, but allowing Forsaken to secure the soul, and it looks like they are going to immediately use it, put a little bit more of a pressure onto the devils.one roster, taking the tier 2 out of the top lane. Right now, getting a recall before, way before the Nashor will spawn, getting ready for the final fights and probably for the final push if they happen to get Baron Nashor.
Yeah, and devils.one, they for sure would love to at least stall it till the end there. Like, buy yourself a little bit more time, right? I mean, it makes perfect sense. Just buy yourself a little bit more time. But it looks like they just won't be able to. They just won't be able to, and it feels like it feels like it's way too late right now for devils.one. Finally, they will be able to take the first tower. But like I said, I mean, it just feels like it's way too late. And yeah, one inhibitor has fallen. 60 seconds towards the Baron Nashor right now. And devils.one right now. Yeah, slowly but surely losing this game. Unfortunately, it's all on Antonio pretty much. We talked about who would you rather have, Whitman or Antonio. Antonio is 2-0-0, almost 4 items for himself. That's the real question. Can Smolder actually make it work? Can Smolder actually 1v9 this game?
Yeah, he basically needs to 1v9. I mean, his team can still do a nice setup. I'm looking for the combo of Malphite, Wukong, and Rakan combined. but it will be just so hard to pull out. I mean, Whitman hitting from 100 kilometers, Charisma and Rav been looking for a potential engage. They cannot stack as 5 because Shockwave are going to demolish them. They cannot lose sight of their base because Ariana is knocking to the door. Such a hard position to be in.
Yeah, not much they can do in this sort of position. Forsaken, yeah, just using a Hextech Soul, engage on Bullet, that seems like a weird target, but yes, they will engage. Trafi is basically running through them all. The Redemption won't help them that much. The ultimate was also quite questionable. The Redemption is even worse, and now Forsaken are just running through them. Double kill for Whitman, and meanwhile, Ariana is just ending the game. He's just gonna finish it all. This team fight didn't even matter.
The inhibitor spawned, but how does it help for devils.one? Because they lost 4 players and they're about to lose the 5th one. Krisha
Yes.
went for a crazy fight with Ariana, but he couldn't even win this one. This is definitely the end of this game, and it's the end of dreams for devils.one to get into playoffs. Big congratulations to Forsaken.
Absolutely. Clean gameplay from their side. We had some ifs and buts, but they played it very well. They knew exactly what they want to do, and yeah, it worked out. And to be honest, I feel like Forsaken, they really improved through the split. It would be a shame not to see them there. And yes, I mean, devils.one at the last possible the last possible road, they fell short, and unfortunately it's gonna be over for them.
Unfortunately for them, it's going to be over, but for Forsaken, it's going to be a chance to prove themselves that the regular season was just the beginning and the true form will be ready for playoffs. Is it true? We are going to ask our guest on the interview because I've heard that we have this ready. So let's welcome Ariana here. Big congratulations from our side. How does it feel? Do you feel the relief? Do you feel happiness? Or how could you name the feelings after beating devils.one and securing playoffs?
Hello, hello. Thank you. I think, yeah, I'm kind of happy. We kind of expected it. We are kind of sure we'll win versus devils.one, so I'm not surprised. But it's always nice to make playoffs.
Were you stressed a little bit since they won yesterday versus Orbit Anonymo, and Orbit Anonymo is pretty much the best team in the league? Were you stressed that maybe they are right now very good?
No, no, no. I think it was like huge coincidence that they won. Like everything went bad for Orbit. The draft wasn't the best. They also flipped so much, and somehow this game happened and forced us to win the game. But yeah, we knew we'll win. We have like gap on solo lanes. I think is so huge. Like it's so hard for them to play the game versus us, I think.
Yeah,
Okay.
well, we've seen the gap, especially on top lane. You were ahead in like 30 creeps within 10 minutes, and it was just going to escalate more and more and more. And even though in the later stages of the game, they decided to send 5 players to fight you off, and even then, it was so close. Were you that confident right after start of the draft that you said to yourself that okay, we are good in lanes, we are good in team fights, and so forth and so on, or did you already start celebrating after a couple of fights in the early game? Because to be 100% honest with you, the fight for the first Drake, I believe, it was the time from our side when devils.one started collapsing. Do you feel the same way?
Yeah, I felt really comfortable when I see our draft. But the funniest thing is that when we made the draft, like preparation for us, it was like 1-to-1. We expected everything. Just we didn't expect Wukong pick, but we knew it will be jungler on third pick. And yeah, when we knew they will play for teamfight comp because like that's just easiest. They are also like for rookies, I think. So they will be stressed. They will teamfight. And since I knew I have last pick, I just told my team that give me last pick, I will take a champion that will kind of destroy their game. And when they have to face Gwen on side lane, they can't play the game. So yeah, we destroyed the draft and the game as well.
And how did it feel to play versus Malphite? Was it good laning phase or more rather a long one?
I mean, it's same as versus Alistar, you know? Like, you just farm and you get creeps and you are hitting creeps. You don't kill him, but you are 10 times better champion. Like, Malphite is not the best, I would say.
Okay, makes sense. And thank you, Ariana, for this interview. You must be feeling for sure happy that you made it into the playoffs, and hopefully we will see you in the playoffs interview as well, because it's definitely took you some time, but you're there, and yeah, big congratulations for that. And obviously, shout out anyone you want, even in your native language. So go ahead.
Okay, big shout out to. Okay, first shout out is from Valuta, and the shout out goes to Mayutek. And yeah, I think. Oh, I also want to give a shout out to devils.one coach Vanguard, who like had a small plan. I won't go into details to destroy our team during off season, but you know now we kind of kicked him out of playoffs, so that's a big revenge. And yeah, that's all I think.
Yeah.
So,
okay. Thank you for this interview, and well, hopefully, like I said, see you soon in the winners playoffs match interview.
Thank you. Bye.
Good luck on that. Bye bye.
Okay.
Okay, I mean, that was a match of the week indeed, ladies and gentlemen, and that was the interview with Ariana, being really, really happy after this win, even though he looked so calm and confident and everything. I'm sure he must have felt a little bit of stress because he's been playing League of Legends for the highest stakes in the regular split for getting into playoffs, and they have finally made it.
They made it work, and that's exactly how Forsaken should be playing. They will be in the playoffs, and that's big, big congratulations. And yeah, that's not the last game, obviously, that we have today on Summoner's Rift. We still are in for one more treat, and it's going to be Zero Tenacity. Not only Zero Tenacity, but playing versus Iron Wolves, so it's going to be an absolute banger. See you soon.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
Tú de parte de aquí.
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, hey, not bad. Okay, good, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata esportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna kija i W6.
Hello, I wasn't prepared to be greeting you alone this time. Looks like Kasper is having some technical difficulties and we are not allowed a pause this time, but hopefully he will be joining us shortly for the last match of today. Zero Tenacity facing Iron Wolves. That is the match that we will be ending the regular split with.
Yes, and yeah, everything is working
Hello.
right now. Perfect. Yeah, it took me some longer time that I anticipated to fix my camera, but at least it's working now. I agree. Zero Tenacity with Z10. Zero Tenacity with Z10. Yeah, that would be the
That would
game,
be a
right?
matchup.
I mean, that would be the best game, best game of the season. Z10 versus Iron Wolves feels like a banger game, especially with teams having nothing to lose. I want to see a bloodbath. I want to see teams going head to head and just fighting like forever, basically. That would be awesome. And to see some interesting drafts. We know that Iron Wolves can do it. We know that Zekan can do it as well. Let's make it happen.
Before we jump straight into the next match and hopefully a draft, I want to add a little touch for the previous game. I have seen on the Polish broadcast Ravbin joining the interview while wearing the devils.one jersey and then just taking it off and boom, there is a Forsaken jersey. That was a nice touch. That was a nice mimi way of him, showing that, yeah, I've been in devils.one. I like those times, but it is a Forsaken time and we
Oh
are
yeah.
not taking any prisoners.
Absolutely not. You can see they are not taking any prisoners. They are doing a good job. And, well, that was a game. It was quite an emotional game. And I feel like definitely for both of the teams, like I said, that, yeah, it's kind of heartbreaking, right? I mean, you saw the emotes that happened. And it just feels like very, very sad for them. Very, very sad to lose in such a fashion, to be in this sort of spot. Unfortunately, I mean, like it is in League of Legends, someone's got to be the loser, someone's got to be the winner.
It is League of Legends indeed. We do not have any draws and we won't have any overtime, any tiebreaker. We will be ending the regular season after the match of Zero Tenacity facing Iron Wolves. And speaking of Iron Wolves, these guys also had a nice season, nice shot of making it into the playoffs. Yeah, there's been some drama here and there. There's been some inconsistency coming from the side of players individually. As a team, they didn't perform as a top three, top five, top four, sorry, roster of the league. And in the end, they won't be fighting for a spot in playoffs, but they still can fight for fans. They still can fight for themselves, and they still can play for some good fun.
Of course, and well, Iron Wolves right now, I mean, they have nothing else to lose. They can just try to make it work. They can just try to make sure that they win, that they give a good shot at least winning. Who knows? I mean, Iron Wolves winning versus Z10, that would be a surprise overall. I mean, because we still look at Z10 as the favorites, obviously, as we should, but that would be surprising. And yeah, Bans, not surprising at all. Aurelion Sol, Brand, yeah, typical, I would say, versus Iron Wolves.
Typical because Killin and Odin are playing not so typical champions. I mean, Brand in the jungle, yeah, he's been really, really good in the season 14. We've seen him from time to time here and there. But what we won't be seeing is Smolder for the third time. Maybe I was hoping, a third time the charm, but looks like not. Smolder is just not working in Ultraliga. Let's pass on that.
Yeah, I mean, not doing best so far. Smolder is in Ultraliga, and what the first pick is gonna be? TF going safely so far. I mean, they're like, yeah, we don't want to cook that much. We are trying to play it safe so far. And Z10, if they answer with Cassante, we know that, yeah, it will be pretty much the same thing, just playing it safe, making sure that they also want to play the same way. So yeah, absolutely understandable.
I'm thinking if there's a possibility of TF being placed in hands of Heshero on top lane. We've seen it in LEC, for example. We've seen it in the other ERLs, if I recall correctly. So that's an interesting factor to keep in mind, because Melonic, his most picked champion in this split is Cassante, I believe. So putting TF against it might be a nice laning phase. But for me, it just doesn't feel like Heshero will go with something like this.
Yeah, I mean it could definitely be an interesting scenario. I don't think Heshero would go for something like this. I agree with that. Ashe, that could be Ashe for obviously Harpoon, could be for Dota as well. Varus being picked, which means Karma could be a pick as well. It's Maokai, and it kind of smells like Maokai support to me, at least.
Yeah, recently Maokai smells more like a support, even though he's basically a tree and he belongs in the jungle, but everybody is playing in a support. Low econ hero, cheap items, and great usage of the ultimate overall, and makes him a nice pair for the Varus locked in right now. We are just waiting for the last pick from the side of Z10, and it's going to be Rel, which didn't really answer the question of it's going to be the support or jungle, so both flex picks on both sides.
Yeah, we have support AD carry flex pick, we have a jungle support flex pick. Lots of questions, not lots of answer. And Z10, they will have to, I mean, I wanted to say they will have to break it, but they kind of don't have to do it, because they can pick a top laner right now on R4, and they could be like, you know what, you will have to show us your hands first, and then we will counter you, and we will counter you however we want. And I feel like this could be definitely a strong pick.
Makes perfect sense to just go for Cassante, R4, and Jin just wait with the last pick to decide who's going where. Right now, banning Lee Sin, because Kylin has been playing a lot of Lee Sin, not only in the regular season but also in the solo queue. I'm expecting maybe another jungle ban. It looks like it's going to be Viego. I was thinking about Xin Zhao a little bit, mostly because of Azir and Ashe and his ultimate doing great work, but Viego and Jax from the side of Iron Wolves are going to be the last bans. So Z10 are picking, but it looks like maybe not a solo laner, definitely like a support this time.
Another flags, but yeah, it kind of feels like it's a pick for Dota this time. So what Iron Wolves are gonna do? We know that they can cook, we know that they can pull off Zac or something like that, so I wouldn't be surprised if they go for this. Killen and Nidalee doesn't sound like the best idea, but if they go for it, I guess they know what they are doing. It's Nidalee with TF, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a Renekton pick at the end, just to make sure that there will be a lot of setups for Nidalee, to make sure that she can actually do something in this game, that she can be there, she can do a lot of work. Is it Alistar top lane maybe? That would be something to look at.
We've seen it, and it wasn't the worst pick in the world, but hey, maybe let's just stick to
it's Nidalee top?
Normal. I mean, it could be.
Oh, it could be Wukong top. Heshero used to play Wukong top. He used to be a 2-trick of Aatrox and Wukong 4 years ago. That was, that's a long time ago, but that used to happen.
All right.
So yeah, if I had to guess, I would say that this is the pick. It's a Wukong pick on top lane. It's gonna be Cassante pick for Melonic. 50% of games played by Melonics are on Cassante, so nothing surprising here.
I was just curious, are they going to go with Cassante on the last pick? I mean, that's not the best use of this pick, but in case of this draft, I couldn't think of a better champion here, especially while Melonic was playing geared for such a long time in this regular split.
Yeah, absolutely, and it just feels like Iron Wolves right now, a specific draft, not a common draft, but I don't like it at all. I feel like they will have to play a very good early game and try to utilize this early game. And we know that Z10, they can have shaky early games, I agree with that, but they don't happen too often.
I will stand in the opposition. I actually like the draft coming from Iron Wolves, mostly because it's the last match of the regular split, Kasper, and we wanted to see some crazy picks, and we do. A Wukong on the top lane, Nidalee in the jungle, and maybe not exactly what we were expecting, what we were cheering for, but it is what we will have in the last match, the face-up of Zero Tenacity against Iron Wolves. It's starting in any second now, so guys, get ready for the last best of one in the spring of 2024.
Oh yes, and we are about to start this game off, and we will see if we will have any shenanigans on level 1. That would be fun to see, but it looks like everything will just be straight up normal.
Yeah, definitely looks like it. Nobody is rushing a certain position. Usually we see some fights coming from the bot side of the map, but we do see Zero Tenacity, a standard approach of an invade, just going through a river, trying to set up some vision, and maybe, just maybe, sit here for a little longer and steal the red buff.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there is this possibility. Z10 going into enemy jungle. I mean, they have strong level 1, we need to remember. Like, if you have Pharrell, Karma, it gives you a lot. Nice poke from Roof, just making sure that he knows where they are, just making sure that this poke hits, and yeah. I'm curious to see how ENG is going to play on this Maokai. I mean, we know that Maokai can be utilized well, but I'm still kinda not used to how you play Maokai on support. I know he's cheap, like you said, but still it feels like, yeah, just weird.
And playing against the double range bot lane, Ashe with such a high range and Karma with an annoying poke, it will be really hard for ENG to seek for an opportunity to just go in and try to make a fight at the close range. Most of the times we will be seeing him just putting saplings in the bushes, trying to control the lane, but other than that, he will be just a sponge, you know, taking the damage, soaking it in, so the Roof can farm some more.
Yeah, Blurzor. I mean, they know that he's there, so there is at least that. That means that he could always try to do something, and okay, ENG is just walking straight up on him. Level 1 doesn't care, just interrupting him all of a sudden, and yeah, ENG is like, you know what? Yeah, we can just fight like that. We don't need to wait. We can go whatever right now.
Blurzor will lose a little bit of tempo in the early game, but it's not that big of a deal for Rel. Basically, what he needs to do is he needs to make sure that every lane is getting what they want. For example, like Ashe and Karma, they want the protection from Nidalee, and they want to push basically every possible wave.
Absolutely. And now Nidalee, in the spot where she actually appreciates where she is, still a lot of camps to do. I feel like Kellen is gonna be absolutely a X factor to make something happen for them. At the same time, Harpoon pushing a huge bottom wave, and Roof, I mean, he will be hoping to hit at least some of the minions, because look, first plate already taken by Z10, that's fast.
And he already drank 3 of his potions, which means he's out of them, and he will be looking for a recall shortly. Just a couple of Qs from Karma, just another volley from the side of Ashe, and he will be out of this lane.
Absolutely nicely done by Heshro, but also even better from Melanic. Look at that. Predicted where Heshro is about to move, and even though Heshro, we know that he's a specialist of Wukong. He even has this small trick on Wukong. Maybe I will talk about it in a second, because he may need to use it where you always put the clone down. He always like cheats that he is the clone. Meanwhile, he like you know, like he's the clone. Meanwhile he's the real Wukong. And then obviously he can try to utilize it and kill someone. It happened quite a lot of times when I was his coach. He used to do it all the time on scrims, and I feel like, yeah, he can do it one more time here.
Maybe, just maybe, that's a possibility. But after he recalls to lane, buying 2 extra long swords to do some more damage to Melonic on Cassante, such a good pick for this top laner, such a successful pick for this top laner. He's playing out of his mind sometimes on this hero. But hey, it's Cassante. We all know the opinion, for example, of Showmaker about this hero, and the opinion of many, many top laners who are thinking that Cassante is basically the go-to. You need weak side, Cassante. You want to have some nice 1v1s, Cassante. You need to have a team fight presence, Cassante. I mean, this champion basically has everything.
Yeah, he can do it all, absolutely. And one of the champs that since he's been added, we see a lot from him. Not much you can say. Like, you can't say that about everyone. It's like other champs that's been added, it's like Belvet, Aphelios. It's not like they're always in the meta, right? I mean, Zoe, same with Zoe. It feels like, yeah, sometimes they are in the meta, but when they are out, it's like they are out hard. And yeah, feels sometimes tough to play versus this sort of champions.
We haven't seen Zoe in a long while, by the way.
Yeah, that's true. Like, what was it, 2 years, basically, without her?
Yeah, something like that. A year and a half. I mean, from the competitive play, that's a long, long break. Maybe in solo queue sometimes, but we are barely even seeing any of mid laners practicing Zoe at this time.
Yeah, that's true. And now, Roof is really, really not liking what is happening on the bot side right now, at least. I mean, yeah, he did drink his potion, but his health is not even close to where it was supposed to be, and Teradota and Harpoon are just dominating. Ants is basically a human shield at this point, and he's going on Teradota. Nice try. Nice damage from Roof as well, but it's not enough to get the job done. They could even go for the dive if they want to. Ants is practically dead. He will be that first blood for Harpoon.
Yeah, hello there, Ents. For the one time on the bot lane, you decided to go in, and look what happened to you.
Yeah, and unfortunate. He was trying hard, but this whole lane is just looking very, very painful for Iron Wolves right now. Heshero going in, trying to make a trick happen, and so there we go. A lot of damage for Heshero. Melonic again, solo killed again. Like, I said this yesterday during the cast, and I'm gonna say it again. I'm just disappointed with this guy. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. Every single time I see him like play on Cassante, not even Cassante, other champs as well, it feels like he's not as strong as he used to be.
I mean, overall, he's performing really, really well, and I would pretty sure put him in a top 2 position of top laners. But the amount of solo kills he's been giving to other top laners, that's something to worry about. I mean, in the end, he's playing against Wukong. Maybe he didn't have that much of a practice in this matchup, but still, player of this caliber, player of this level
Exactly.
should be prepared.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I feel like it shouldn't have been happening. Heshero wasn't basically playing anywhere else than Ultraliga and the highest level, and you've been playing in LFL, so you are the one that is supposed to give it to him, especially in this sort of fight. Look at that, he's not even favored. Look at the HP margin between them. Like, it feels like he's just supposed to do it, and then the ultimate is just way too late, and yeah, he just dies. It's just a shame that it happened, but now it would be a shame if they died on bot lane again, right? I mean, Ents is low on health. He does have his ward, but ward is not a potion. Kofte able to get away from the ultimate from TF. This TF is not doing much yet.
Yeah, that gang wasn't meant to be a huge, huge success. When I saw Odin teleporting the side, I just knew, hey, Kofte is just going to shuffle out of it. In the end, he has flash, he has ultimate, he shouldn't worry about anything. But on the other side, bot lane should worry about a lot of stuff. Roof right now going outside of the tower, risking his life for a couple of creeps.
And yeah, he definitely risked a lot. And now my question is why Nidalee was picked. This Nidalee is not doing, like, basically anything. 10 minutes into the game, she did nothing.
She's just farming, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, she was Thank you. She was on the mid lane from time to time, but that's about it. You need more than that. And now your bot lane is hurting a lot. I mean, hurting is even an understatement. Your bot lane is not existing in this game. 39 CS versus 77. It's good that you are taking the red buff. I mean, I don't want to interrupt you, man, but your map needs helps. Everyone on your map needs helps. Yeah, take the Raptors. Go ahead, but that's just not enough.
Oh, no, right now maybe a position for Melonic to go for a solo bolo. Kashero is still fighting. It was so close, but Melonic succeeds this time. Oh,
that was a close one.
Will be the lane that we should be focusing on right now.
Absolutely, it's not an island like usually, but yeah, we should be focusing on top lane and on mid lane, especially the CS difference between the solo laner, maybe not even the solo laners, between the lanes, bottom lane and mid lane, is so massive, by the way. Look at that. Over 30 CS difference for Kofte over Odin. Not only that, Harpoon and Erdote versus Roof and Ants are just basically doing all of what they need, doing exactly what they need, and it just looks like super good for them. Exactly what you want to see from the side of Z10 being in this sort of position right now.
To be honest with you, I'm not an expert on the mid lane matchups, and I do know that TF might find it hard, but for some reason, you're picking Twisted Fate, you're picking Nidalee, and you're not utilizing like any successful gang on the mid lane. You're not using Twisted Fate to roam around the map, even though clearly you are itemizing yourself to be this enabler with a golden card. It just feels like Iron Wolves are playing the game, and then they will wake up in the next couple of minutes when their Nexus will be blown up.
Yeah, it kind of feels this way, and now it looks like maybe Iron Wolves are about to get one back. Nice damage done, but that's about it. They were able to defend the dive happening, but yeah, I agree with what you said. You're the one that picked TF, and even though he might have some issues, it's not like it's issues that cost you 30 CS. Absolutely not, and something must went wrong during the laning phase. I can't believe that you're just getting stomped so hard by this Azir, but it's a reality.
Yeah, Kofte is just having basically a free lane, getting 2 plates already, while Rel was nowhere near the mid lane. It's just it's hard for me to explain to you, Kasper, and to you viewers what exactly is going on. It just looks like a big difference in the individual performances of those players.
Absolutely. The only one that is pretty much even close to winning the lane is Hashira. And he's playing Wukong, so he's not going to be doing a lot. He's just going to be surviving, trying to do something in the later stages of the game. But as we can see, he's level behind. Killen is close to the top side, but he's not going to do that. Did he ever do one gank?
Yeah, the one unsuccessful mid lane.
I mean, yeah, okay. Fair enough. That's one. That's the one. That's the one. And caught off guard a little bit. He does have a flash, but Kofte is there. He will have to use the flash. Blurzor going forward, trying to catch him, but he won't be able to.
Just maintaining the pressure, just cutting Roof and Ends out of the tower while Harpoon is working on yet another plate. We are in the 13-minute mark already, and we have 1 elimination on one side, 2 eliminations on the other side. Basically not that much happening in the early game, but we are playing Nidalee, Cheesy Wukong top lane, TF. You need to do something in the early game, and you are just sleeping it through.
Exactly. You're just sleeping it through. It's not looking good. Jesus Christ, this bottom lane is hurting like hell. What are they even supposed to do right now? I mean, Maokai is good, but he's not as good to survive this sort of damage coming in, right?
It looks like this wave and the tower should be gone. Roof is just recalling. He's giving up on the bot lane. He knows that the deal is closed. Zero Tenacity are securing the first tower, and Melonic fighting with Kashero on top lane. Looks like somebody will go down.
Oh, Kashero is trying to outplay it. He's looking good, but the question is it enough to maybe outplay it? The damage is looking good for Kashero. It should be enough, but Melonic is stronger, and he's gonna get the second solo kill of this game.
the last crushing blow from the side of Wukong looked dangerous, but Melonic had everything under control, and Killing will not even try to go and stop and recall, will not even go to try and snipe down Melonic with a javelin toss. I don't know what this Nidalee is doing. Yeah, she's power farming, she's having a nice CS lead, but what besides that? I'm not seeing Killing doing anything on the map besides farming.
Absolutely not. He's just not there. He's not doing a thing. And yeah, I mean, Z10, fair enough. They are taking control of this game. They could be just, you know, just doing whatever they want, and you know, being at the correct spot at the right time at the right moment. And Z10 are doing this work, but apart from that, unfortunately, I hate to say it, but it's just not enough to do anything else.
And speaking about scaling, I mean, Sante, Azir, even Ash on like 2 or 3 items. This will be such an easy middle part of the game for Zero Tenacity. No problems whatsoever on any lanes. No problems whatsoever on taking objectives. Like they are just chilling, like Melonic is doing on top lane. He's just chilling, farming creeps, and whenever he feels like fighting, he just straight up goes for it.
Absolutely, and Hesher understands. Yeah, I may lose it, but still, it's our last game. I at least want to give it a try. Killing is close by, but it feels to me like most likely he won't go for it. Now he will move there because he knows that the ward was cleared. But again, he's not even giving in a shot. He's coming back to farm the jungle. Like, it's not a farm contest, man. Like, you need to do something. You picked Nidalee. It's your responsibility. Unless you pick Nidalee to farm a lot, which probably is not the case, you're not going to be able to do a lot. I hate to break it to you, but that's how it is.
Yeah, quite problematic for Iron Wolves to engage. Maybe right now with Odin on the flank.
Yeah, absolutely, it is possible, and disengage is happening, but it looks good for Z10 right now. Look at the damage on Ents. He's not even able to move. The gold card for Odin will buy him some time, but not enough. Kofte! Double ultimate to make an absolute bloodbath of Iron Wolves player. Killen will fall, Killen will die. Triple kill for Harpoon.
That's it, everybody. That was the try from the side of Iron Wolves. They have prepared it, but they wasn't paying enough attention that they were preparing the grave that they will be buried on. It just couldn't be more painful. They went 4 against 3 and they still lost the fight. Then Kofte reappeared. Kofte joined their team with a beautiful Shurima shuffle, as we will see on the replay, and it just couldn't get any worse for them.
I mean, yes, you're engaging on Blurzor. It's most likely not the best idea to engage on the most tanky member of Zero Tenacity team comp, but well, as we can see it, I mean, it just worked out for Z10. They understood how strong they can be, and it just looked beautiful.
Yep, they are just going to secure the 3rd Drake. They are going to buy second items for their carries. Harpoon already has 2. He will be most likely untouchable, I do believe. I mean, yeah, there is a setup of a gold card and javelin toss and ends flashing for him, chains of corruption and everything. But I don't believe that you will go through Cassante and Rel first. It just won't happen, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, right now it feels like it's kinda over. It's kinda too late to make anything happen for Iron Wolves. Even if they want to come back into the game, coming back into the game with Nidalee is not the easiest. It's not the easiest work, definitely not.
Yeah, maybe with a single elimination on the top lane. Looks like Melonic has been caught. Heshero is using Cyclone, Maokai using his ultimate, even Roof with a Chains of Corruption to secure this 1 kill, to secure the shutdown. It's okay, it's alright, we are getting... Oh no, Kofto is pushing the tower. Oh no, Zero Tenacity are working on the other side of the map while we invested the presence of 4 players on the bot side.
Yeah, not fun at all. Definitely not fun indeed. It looks absolutely like a tragedy for Z10, honestly. I mean, yeah, nice, Iron Wolves. You will have to take the tower on top, on bot side, obviously. Nice for Heshro, good informations for him, but that's about it. Not a lot of other good informations for them right now.
Yeah, looks like Z10 are not going to stop on this one. They are going to maintain the pressure. They are going to keep oppressing the enemies, clearing the vision, setting some vision down themselves, just taking control of the jungle and probably getting ready for the Nash. I do believe it could happen shortly with Azir and Ashe. It's not that problematic of a neutral objective.
Yeah, that's true. And now Melonic pushing the bot wave, understanding his work. I mean, he's a tank overall. Like you said, K'Sante can do it all. He can be a tank, he can be a solo killer. He showed it all today in this game, and he's going for a solo kill. He's not waiting. He's just fighting versus Heshro. He's like, you know what? We can fight 1v1. There we go. Let's fight. And let's see it. All out on Heshro. Heshro still trying to maybe utilize his tricks as he is Wukong, but yeah, not much you can do versus K'Sante. He's just way too broken.
Just put Showmaker here screaming wow, and that's basically all the shoutcasting this fight needed.
Yeah, I kind of agree with that. And well, Z10 at the beginning, they are doing something what a team should do when they have such a lead. 20 minutes in, going for the Nash straight up. You have Azir, who is super fed right now on 2 items. TP from K'Sante, I mean, Iron Wolves, they don't even stand a chance of walking up there. They can't even do it. And yeah, Iron Wolves just getting stomped to death.
And it's not funny from their side. I mean, the last game of the split, they were supposed to have some fun, to do some crazy things, and the only crazy thing I have seen is that Kylin decided to okay the cleanse. Even though the cleanse, he's still dead. I mean, finishing my thoughts. Kyling was here for farming contest, as he stated before, and clearly he's leading the fight against Blurzor, so we have to give him that.
I mean, yeah, that's at least something. That's Windows for you, ladies and gentlemen. And Z10, I mean, they have full control of the game so far. Looking good for them. 8k lead. Free Drake's done, basically doing everything that they need. They are basically one fight away from winning this game, from getting into the 12 wins. And yeah, Z10 right now. I mean, the fight happening in the mid lane, yeah, it's not gonna be even. Heshro is 2 levels down, so he can try, he can give it a shot, but yeah, he's not gonna be winning this one. Heshro versus Melonic round number 4, and it looks like it's about to have the same result, or maybe not. Some damage done on Melonic, but yeah, he was able to finish it off. Yeah, we said about him dying, but now he's definitely killing, and it looks like he is about to be straight up over. Z10 absolutely dominating Iron Wolves.
I have learned one thing from this game. Wukong looks like a nice matchup against K'Sante. Other than that, Zero Tenacity are just stomping teams like Iron Wolves and definitely getting ready for the playoffs in style.
Absolutely, the first tower will fall. It looks like the second wall will fall after that. Z10 absolutely in the perfect spot for them to win this game. Not much ENGs can do. They don't even care about going for some kills on the base. They just want to finish it off, and it looks like they will be able to do it. ENGs even trying to get Erdota. He won't even be able to do it because Erdota will survive that. What a disaster for ENGs. He was trying his best, but it wasn't enough.
23 minutes, that all Iron Wolves was able to last against Zero Tenacity. In the last match of the regular split, only 2 eliminations acquired by the team that had nothing to gain, nothing to lose. A little bit disappointing from my point of view. I was expecting a lot more from their side, but it is how it is, and it is how it ends today, lads.
Yeah, absolutely, and we will have the opportunity to talk about that with Erdota, who is obviously a support of Zero Tenacity. Hello, Erdota, good to see you, and you must be feeling probably very well after such a stomp that you just delivered.
Hello. First time here. Yeah, I'm actually feeling super happy after this game because it was, I think, one of our best games in terms of like being as clean as possible. and yeah, just nice feeling overall.
Okay.
Hello, Erdota. I'm first time here as well. It's nice of having you here. And yeah, it was pretty much the cleanest game from your side in the split. In my opinion, that's the good sign for upcoming playoffs. But beating teams like Iron Wolves or Gripchocraft or Team ESCA Gaming, it's not quite the challenge as Orbit Anonymo, the team that awaits you in the playoffs. So we had an opportunity to talk with Afroboy after they today's win, and they said that they are going to destroy you no matter what. Do you agree on that?
I mean, of course, as you mentioned, like beating these teams doesn't mean that much because our biggest opponent is waiting for us in the upper bracket already, and yeah, we'll play them in 2 weeks. And I mean, according to what Afroboy said, they feel pretty confident, but we also do. So I'll just say that let's see, and better team will win in the end.
So overall, these 2 losses that you had versus them didn't interrupt your confidence versus them at all.
Not at all. Honestly, I had like maybe it's from experience because when I played in NFL for like 3 years, I had so many situations that, for example, I lost against a certain team like 0-2 in regular split, even worse games than we did against Anonymo because we're like still ahead in those games. It's just I think our individual mistakes or like even team mistakes lead to the situation that we lost the games. But regarding what I said before, like I had situations like that in NFL, for example, and then I was going to playoffs and it was completely different game, you know. Like I was winning 3-0 against teams that we were losing like 0-2 in regular, and we didn't know how to play against them. So it just way different game, and playoffs is like way different rules, adaptation, best of 5, the way you approach the games and stuff. So obviously I'm super excited for this because I didn't play playoffs for like some time already. So I'm looking forward.
We are all super excited about it, and I want to ask a question about the place that you are currently in, about the facilities that Zero Tenacity provides to you guys to have more practice, more experience, etc. The finals will be on LAN, and it's quite a different experience for a lot of players that didn't have an opportunity to even bootcamp once during the split. Do you believe that playing and being here in a boot camp as a team, team bonding and practicing together actually helps you overcome the stress that will be awaiting for you in the finals, or it doesn't make a difference at the level that you are currently playing on?
I think regarding like the stage game, I think boot camp is not really the same. You can't really compare this to the stage game. It's always like different. If you play from home, if you play from like a certain facility, or you play from stage, just way different feelings. And so many players like react to this differently. But overall, yeah, of course, like boot camp like this is helping a lot in terms of team bonding, like getting connections with people. Fixing some stuff is like easier. Like you just get to see everyone like every day, so you talk to them like way more obviously about like some certain stuff from the game or outside of the game. Also, it could be like, I mean, it's like if it's like, I don't know, 4 months or something, with a team in the same place, it's like really tiring overall. I mean, from my past experience, but I think we had a really good like plan overall for this whole split, how we approach things, etc. And I think everything is going so far like great. This is the 2 games against Anonymo in the split, but we'll try to turn it around in playoffs.
And hopefully you will be able to do it. Thank you, Erdota, for this interview. And obviously we have a Polish tradition. You can shout out anyone you want. In Polish if you want, in English, it doesn't really matter.
I would just like shout out to my sister and mom always watching the games, and that's it. I would say like to all of my friends, two names. So
Okay, thank you, Erdota,
yeah,
and
thank you. It was a
pleasure
pleasure.
to see you, and nothing but the best for you and Zero Tenacity in the playoffs.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye. That was Erdota, and well said by him. Definitely some interesting answers from his side. It's good to know that these losses haven't interrupted his confidence at all. And well, maybe like he said, it's experience. Maybe they will win in the playoffs. We are about to see.
I am really excited for this matchup. Not only for this matchup, but also for the matchup of back to the game fighting against Forsaken in the lower bracket. Maybe we can take a quick look at the bracket of playoffs. As we can see, the round 1 will be 0 Tenacity and Orbit Anonymo, and on the following day, back to the game fighting against Forsaken.
I mean, 2 banger games, honestly. Back to the game versus Forsaken, I have no clue who wins that one, but whoever does will definitely secure his top 3 spot. Orbit Anonymo versus Z-Tan, winner goes straight into the final, the losers goes into the smaller final, which makes it super interesting. So, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot miss it. Those will be 2 very, very interesting games. And from what I know, this is about it from us, Majutek. It was definitely a pleasure to cast those games with you. It was your debut, and I think you did great, and it was very good to hear from you on the English cast. You should do it more often. You should not only be the host, you should be the caster. Come on, just join in.
Thank you very much. I will be considering the offer for the next split, but for now, I had a pleasure and I had a lot of fun being here and casting those games alongside with you, Kasper. Thank you. A wonderful co-caster to have their first time with. Yeah, it's about it for today. It's about it for the regular season, guys. All we have left is to invite you for the next upcoming matches. In 2 weeks, we will be taking 1 week break from the first division. And of course, we would love to invite you for the finals, the LAN finals in Warsaw. We had some finals of Ultraliga in the studio. Yeah, some of the people weren't so happy about it. So there you are, guys, a big LAN event coming straight.
More than 50 people. More than 50 people. That's the most important one. You need to get in there because there are not many opportunities to get more than 50 people in there, but it will happen, so you cannot miss it. Thank you guys for today. It was a pleasure, and hopefully see you soon.
See you soon.
Sí, ¿vos de qué parte sos?
Yo de aquí.
Ah, mira,
¿Tú de qué parte eres?
del norte.
Oh man, I feel like that was my best intro ever.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Okay, good, bro. You know it as well. I also know you can dance. You should join me next time. And yes, I feel like you've also deserved a bit of a break. You've earned it.
Thanks.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Good job.
Hey, thank you.
Wjedź do elektryzującego świata e-sportu i zagraj z nami. Moc energii zapewnia elektryczna Kia EV6.